Oh, I'm muted. I was muted. Classic. Classic. Hi. Yes. Welcome all. Today should be an interesting stream. It should be an interesting stream indeed. Um, yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna preface this right off the bat. I really do not like this video. Like, the Degenerosity video was rough. The Degenerosity video was kind of rough to watch, but I could handle it. This video, man, this video is frustrating. This is like, because he speaks with so much confidence, and he roots so much of his logic and arguments against the series in hatred and anger and borderline manipulation, that it's kind of frustrating. Like, we'll talk about it when we start the video, but um yeah, I arrogance, not confidence. Yeah, I almost want to agree. And it's rough to say this because I actually think Mother's Basement is kind of smart sometimes, but I think he loses himself in his bias and what he thinks he feels. And so he doesn't he'd rather like lean into that than we're talking about Mother's Basement. Degenerosity was the first video I watched. The first stream, that's called Why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate. We watched the Degenerosity video about why Rent a Girlfriend is garbage. And that video, I think, was one of the first big videos that functioned around the hate around this series and like the amount of hate this series got. That was the big one. Um, uh, yeah, like the Degenerosity video had some funny shit. Some stuff was like dark humor, fucking weird shit, and it was just, ugh, this is kind of gross. Like, you guys saw how I reacted to some of the Degenerosity video stuff. Like, some of it was kind of funny. Like the what is it? Tropic Thunder, or I think that was the movie reference. It was like Tropic Thunder. Like that reference was pretty fucking funny. But like but like a lot, like the stuff with Ruka was kind of disgusting, and I really did not like that part of the video. So there's parts of it where it's like it's clearly rooted in like that uh in like that misogyny, in that like uncomfortableness of just like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, do you not see how what you're saying is kind of gross and disgusting? And he doesn't like see that. Unfortunately for you guys, let me move you here so I can see you a little more clearly. Unfortunately for you guys, Mother's Basement falls into very similar traps with, but he articulates himself better. I think that's the difference between Mother's Basement and Degenerosity. Mother's Basement articulates himself better because he knows how to write essays. He know, like, the way the video is presented, it's structured like an essay you would read in like your English class. That's to me like what it felt like, and you'll see what I mean. You'll see, like, he starts it with, like, an intro, and then he puts his thesis, and then he gets into proving his points throughout the video, and then afterwards in the very end, he comes to the conclusion. It's straight up structured exactly like how they teach English in school, like literally word for word, exactly how it's presented, and it's like the irony is I feel like it feels less about writing, and it feels more like about proving a point. And the video kind of reflects that. It's like, I think the most frustrating part of the video, when I thought about it after watching it, and I felt very frustrated. And mind you, there's like more to this video. Like, there's the stuff he talked about in his tweets. I vividly remember, like, in his tweet, Mother's Basement literally said like something along the lines, like, someone is like, "Oh, but you liked it when the anime came out." He's like, "Yeah, well, I don't like it now." Like, oh, how wrong I was, or something like that. When most of his arguments are like, based on fallacies and shit. And then in that same vein, he made another video after it for Licorice Recoil. And of course, in Licorice Recoil, he like praises it, and of course he has to throw in a jab in there just for that sake. And then he made a video a while back. Let me pull up the thing that frustrated me about it. He changed the thumbnail because if you guys don't know, on YouTube you can test your thumbnails. So I can, per video, I can put multiple thumbnails, and whichever thumbnail is like more successful, YouTube will be like, you should use this one, and it'll pick it for you. I'm pretty sure like he had like a different title and a different thumbnail, and the initial title and thumbnail was like, oh, this harem puts like this one to shame or something. He was insulting Rent a Girlfriend. And I vividly remember that, and it's just, and then he changes it after. And of course, the jab to Rent a Girlfriend is still in the manga, even though he literally says he took his reference points to critique Rent a Girlfriend from the fucking wiki, not the manga, the fucking wiki, and somehow it's still wrong. Somehow he still got his information wrong. It's so funny. Hello, Laura. Welcome. Let's see. I've seen the video and grossly incorrect, but when he's funny, he's fun. Oh, you must be talking about Degenerosity. Love the first hate video. Can't wait for this one. Thanks. We already know he didn't read the whole thing, so Mother's Basement already loses points. And that's the thing. Like, I have like an interesting argument to make. I feel like if you're going to sit down and criticize something, or at least frame it like you know that this thing is bad and it sucks and something like that, maybe at the very least, shouldn't you like actually interact with the whole thing before you write it off? Now, granted, there are some stuff where it's like, I understand, maybe you don't want to sit through the whole thing and it's okay. Like, this is kind of a not completely fair argument, because sometimes you interact with something and it's like, okay, maybe it's not for me, right? But if someone is like gonna make a 35-minute video telling me why this thing is trash, at the very least, maybe you should make sure your information's correct. Maybe you should make sure you're not like getting your info from biased sources. Maybe you should do a little bit of research. And in the video, he admits to like 3 big red flags to me, which is that, one, he skimmed the manga, he didn't read it. Most of the information he talks about is based on the anime, which in itself should be a red flag, right? 2, shoot, I don't remember the exact details. Like there was 3 red flags, and that was one of them. It's like he didn't read the manga, he skimmed it. He makes a lot of conjecture, I believe. And then the opening sequence of the video, I want you to remember this. The opening sequence of the video, by its fundamental nature, disincentivizes discussion. Literally his opening statement disincentivizes discussion around this series. And I think that's the point of this video. It's to not discuss things, it's to take away discussion. And I'll show you that in just a second. We'll watch it in just a second, you'll understand. Let me just finish reading the comments, and hopefully we'll get into it. I really do not like watching this video, and I'll tell you why. I'll break it down piece by piece as to why I really, really don't want to watch this video. I didn't realize the end credits of season 1 was a euphemism for choking the chicken. Oh, you mean beating the meat? Yeah, that was the joke. It's really weird though, because the song, like the lyrics for it, are absolute banger. Like the ending song for season 1, the lyrics for it are amazing. They're actually telling a really interesting story, and the visuals kind of match it and kind of don't. It's quite interesting, really. Mother's Basement is a snob, an otaku snob. Maybe I don't really want to, like, I feel that sometimes, but I don't know. It's not a critique, it's a critique. Okay. I don't know if someone already told you, but you asked us to remind you about recording the stream. Yeah, I don't know if I should record this one, like, because these I can like download after. I mostly meant that for like for example, when I streamed the Ruka thing, that was something I needed to record because I would eventually make it into a video. The chapters and the what is it, the deep analysis, that we want to record, but I don't know if we want to record this. Like, should we record this? What would the only thing this would be useful for is when I make the hate video, I can like call back to these clips, but I don't know if I should record this. Like, I'm not, because I could just download it, so I'm not sure. What do you guys think? He had a top 10 worst anime video. Guess what's on there? Laugh my, of course. We might check out some of the other videos that I know he references Rent a Girlfriend in. But this is the main focus right now. That video is the main focus. But we might check out some of the other ones he references, where he references Rent a Girlfriend, and I'll point out like the bullshit he says in that one that are false. Okay. The video might get claimed for copyright and slander. YouTube is stupid as fuck sometimes. I don't think so, because I'm not like, I'm gonna try my best to not like use negative words, but sure, if you think I should record it, I'll record it. I don't think it will. Because a lot of people react to stuff like this, and it's nowhere. Oh, I shouldn't watch this here. Sorry, one sec. I'm gonna use a different. I'm gonna use a different browser because the browser I'm currently on, I'll get ads, and I do not want ads while we're watching this. Yeah. So this one's good, and then hope. Okay, here it is. Oh yeah, I forgot this. Oh, okay, let's get into it. I'm gonna record it. Let's turn on the audio. So one thing I really want to point out before we start, and I think that's such a gross thing to do, such a gross fucking thing to do. His labels for the video, for the portions of the video. I hate this. I hate him. I don't hate G Fuel. Sure, let's just have ads in there. I still hate this. I hate her. She's okay. Everyone hates her. To be honest, you can do better. I'm kind of bleeding a little bit into that earlier comment about the snob aspect. Kind of leaning into that a little bit. Basically, he doesn't vibe with frustrating characters in shows and doesn't realize they are used as a route in storytelling. I mean, isn't that most of these people? And it's like they're not even that frustrating. I think that's the fascinating part. These characters are not that frustrating. The way people frame them is like they committed a crime. They frame them like they're constantly committing crimes when they're not. These characters aren't doing that. Like I've seen characters so much worse. Characters that have made me so much more frustrated and angry. And people act like these characters are literally murderers. And it's weird. It is genuinely weird. Sounds like the Grinch reading the phone book. Hate, loathe entirely. That's a good one. That's actually pretty funny. Okay. I need you guys to be there for me. You are my backbone to sit through this because I will be frustrated watching this. I don't like watching this video. I can explore negativity, but I'm not a fan of it. And maybe I'm overcomplicating it for myself. Maybe I'm just making this too complicated for myself and I'm like over worrying, maybe I'm hyping this up too much. Kazuya basically framed as a sociopath in this video. Oh yeah, he is. It's baffling. Grab a pillow you can, scream into. We're here for you, Fate. Thanks.
If you're the sort of anime lover who loves anime about love, then you have been eaten mighty well over the last few years. OG classics like Fruits Basket and Urusei Yatsura are coming back better than ever before, while the series carrying on their legacy in the modern day have been pushing every boundary they can find. Boundaries of intimacy and vulnerability, boundaries of representation and gender roles, boundaries of thematic depth and plot complexity. Hell, even boundaries of good taste. No matter your taste, I guarantee there's a new romance anime out there right now that will challenge your perspective on love and speak to you on a deep and personal level. But what if you don't want that? What if thinking about real love and relationships from a new perspective just bums you out? What if new, challenging ideas and emotional complexity are scary and disquieting? What if you're just plain lonely and sad, and all you want is some quick, easy wish fulfillment that lets you live and love vicariously through a guy who's somehow even sadder and lonelier than you? You know, a classic rom-com, like your sad, lonely uncle used to enjoy back in his day, but, you know, with smartphones and Instagram and shit, so you can pretend it's not a prehistoric artifact. That is where Rent-A-Girlfriend comes in. It tells the tale of Kazuya Kinoshita, a down-on-his-luck college boy who, as per the title, rents a fake girlfriend to cope with the pain of his first real girlfriend dumping him inside a month after exactly one mediocre kiss. So that's the sadder and lonelier box ticked. The fake girlfriend he chooses to rent, Chizuru Mizuhara, is traditionally beautiful, busty, intelligent, considerate, demure, and forthright as the situation calls, and pretty much out of his league in every single conceivable way. Plus, she kinda thinks he's an asshole on account of how he acts like one most.
Immediate correction. She doesn't think he's an asshole. Now, she gets mad at him. Chizuru does not think Kazuya is an asshole. In fact, from chapter 1, literally chapter 1, Chizuru literally, like, do you guys remember chapter 131? You guys are, hey, I'm going to pull it up because, you know, that immediately contradicts what the fuck he's saying. Like, I'm 90% sure it's chapter 131, so just gotta make sure. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Damn, was that the wrong one? Oh, that's 32, god damn it. Yeah, damn it. There it is. Never once have I regretted meeting you. Not a single time. Which means, in chapter 1, she did not regret meeting him. In fact, let's pull up chapter 1, right? How does the chapter end, mind you? Well, okay, it ends with them meeting, but... So we have this, she slaps him, she's like, you're saying some corny shit, bro. Then she says, but look, I'm not gonna say I don't get wanting to please your family. So if you're still feeling like a lonely rabbit in a cage, just call me. Does that imply to you that this is someone who thinks he's an asshole? Why would you ever want to meet an asshole again, right? You would never want to interact with a jerk again. You don't like them. They're not a nice person. You don't want to be around them. When I'm around a jerk, I don't want to talk to them. So when Chizuru does that, this doesn't imply to me this is someone who does not want to be around you anymore. She literally tells him, call me if you're feeling lonely again. I'll be there. I'll help you out. She never once regrets meeting him. Not a single time. Even in chapter 1. Even in the chapter where Kazuya messes up the most. Right? However, there's an important note, and I think this really highlights, in some ways, where he's basing some... Like, I think the two biggest influences on Mother's Basement's perspective on this story are two big things. One, he's basing this on the anime. How do I know? Well, while Chizuru says this identical line to Kazuya, there's a slight change. I'm going to mute the audio just so... I'm going to mute the audio. Okay, wait, actually, yeah, I got to... Sorry, just give me one moment. I might have to pull it up from Crunchyroll because there is a slight audio change. There it is. Okay, there's Crunchyroll. We're going to go to Crunchyroll really quick. I'm going to go to... There it is. Episode 1. Now, this isn't a massive influence on the outcome of this, of what Mother's Basement's saying. I don't even believe this is the influence, but I think this, in some part, this line right here, in some part, plays a role in this. And it's this line. I don't want anything like today's date ever again. This is not in any version of this story, except for the anime. Chizuru does not say this anywhere else except for the anime. In the manga, in the first official release, this is not there. In the volume translation, this is not there. Chizuru never says this. Chizuru never says this line. But in the anime, she says, implying she did not enjoy this date to some degree. Now, she was frustrated, she was angry with this date, but she never regretted it. And she never voices that she regretted it. This implies regret. Right? I don't want anything to like today's date ever again, but I'll meet you again, right? Like, I didn't enjoy this, but I'll meet you again. Now, Chizuru didn't completely enjoy this date, but she never says this line. This isn't there. This is a change by the anime. Now, I don't believe this is an influence on what he's saying. I'll put that out there. This is where I think his second influence comes in, which is his inherent bias as a byproduct of the anime community and his own bias created by the stigma that, like a lot people around you saying things about something can easily influence your perspective of it. And when you hear enough of that, that can easily influence you. Now, you'll never admit to this. A lot of people, when they feel this way, they'll never actually admit that they're influenced by external factors. However, it's very clear he is, because he's saying things that are literally not true. Now, another thing I want to point out. Remember how I said when we were going to start watching the video that he dissuades discussion around this series. So what does he do? He starts by listing everything that's wonderful about the romance medium. He lists everything that's wonderful about the romance medium, what makes it engaging, why you come to it, why it's so interesting, why you want to think about it, engage with it. And then he reframes that slowly. Literally like, oh, but some people want to come into this shit for slop. They're here for like that shit where you just turn off your brain, you just want to feel meh, right? And then he starts listing like let's go through this list. Let's listen to this list, right? What if you don't want that? What if you don't want this? He introduces these pieces of things that are engaging with romance, and immediately, oh my, is he muted or am I muted? Is he muted? Okay, good. It was just him that was muted. Thank God. It would suck if I was muted. Okay.
And speak to you on a deep and personal level. But what if you don't want that?
Okay, what if you don't want that? So immediately he sets up these things that we like about romance, and immediately, piece by piece, starts removing one after the other to say that these things are not in this story, to say that these things are not there, right? What does this do? Even if he believes this, what this is doing is removing discussion. By saying these things are not there, you're saying the story has none of that, which is not true. It does. It so does. It 100% does. Like, let's go through them.
What if thinking about real love and relationships from a new perspective just bums you out?
Okay, thinking about love from a new perspective and real relationships. Literally, Kazuya's feelings are hurt as a byproduct of his love, so he goes to Chizuru, and his feelings for that love are so frustrating, he vents them out to Chizuru. And then he talks to Chizuru about that, right? Literally, it's a deconstruction exploration of that love. It's literally that. It's an exploration of what love is by showing love through a completely different lens, through something you wouldn't look at love through, right? You wouldn't look at love through a rental girlfriend. And yet, that's exactly the point. You're looking at love through the rental girlfriend business and seeing it from that other perspective. Kazuya isn't just turning off his emotions, he's learning what he actually wants by being with someone who theoretically he should not be with, right? That's the point. Kazuya is learning what it means to actually love someone, and he gets that within like 50 fucking chapters. In 50 chapters, Kazuya literally learns who he loves. Like, actually, correction. Kazuya learns who he loves by like chapter 15. And through that time, he starts understanding how he wants to go about love, how he goes about understanding that love, how he goes about exploring that love. Not just, oh, I don't want to think about it. Like, he's acting like when Kazuya goes on his dates with Chizuru, he just turns his brain off. He's acting like you're literally like supposed to just turn your brain off and not feel anything when you're in these dates or when you're just reading these chapters, which is not true. Like, if anything, the series wants you to think, hey, why is Kazuya doing this? Why is Kazuya crying so much over a breakup with his girlfriend that only lasted a month? Theoretically, that shouldn't impact him so much, and yet later you slowly get introduced as to why this matters to him so much. In fact, you're almost told by chapter 1. Yeah, here, let's pull it up again. Chapter 1, there it is. Let's go back a little bit. Why is Kazuya doing this? So this talk is somewhat condensed in the anime. Good morning, Jay. Where is it? She gives him the look. I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have lied. Okay? So first thing, Kazuya apologizes. I'm pretty sure they kind of somewhat remove or trim his apology in the anime. Let's see here. Grandma, this is the third time she's been hospitalized, huh? Last time she was in for pretty long. It's hard to be overly optimistic about things. The whole family is seriously worried about her. Look at Chizuru's face. She has a serious look, implying she clearly understands this, but there's something being hidden here. Our family owns a liquor store in Nagomi Sake. Grandpa started the store, and Mom and Dad run it now. When Grandpa died, Grandma took over on everything but the store, and my dad and kept us all afloat. Like, so she's being lifted up, right? She's like a goddess to them. So our family, Grandma is, well, she might as well be a god. Where'd Princess Chizuru go? Where is she? He's seeing her off. And God has only one dream, for me to find a nice girl before she passes. I'm kind of a grandma's boy, so I want to make that come true. Look at Chizuru's eyes. Now, think about that. Chizuru has this dream of wanting to show her grandmother this film. And here is Kazuya literally telling her, I have this dream, or my grandmother has this dream and I want to make it come true for her. Do you see that they're reversed? Chizuru is making this dream come true for herself, for her grandmother. Kazuya is making this dream come true for his, that's not even actually his. It's a dream for his grandmother. And yet at the same time, it's also something he kind of wants. So you're seeing how there's an intentional conflict as to why Kazuya is doing this. That there's something kind of wrong here. And the way Chizuru is presented and the way Kazuya looks here, in a way, you're still my girlfriend, right? And then she does that look. I had a girlfriend for about a month, right? So I was doing good. I was living up to that expectations. I asked her if she'd come meet my grandma, but she refused. Makes sense, though. And in the end, she dumped me. I guess it was half out of despair that I ended up renting you. Half out of despair, right? So what's the other half? Why did you want to, right? Maybe because he actually wanted to rent her. It's not just that he's sad, right? There's an inherent exploration of Kazuya's desires and why he wants to do this. It's not just because, oh, I'm turning off my fucking brain, right? I felt so alone. It felt like I would just curl up and die, right? It's exploring that loneliness and that pain. This series is inherently kind of about that. It's about that loneliness and that pain and that suffering that we go through in love, and how we accept that pain. And so basically it's this. When we have coping mechanisms for our traumas and we don't know how to deal with the trauma, coping mechanisms aren't inherently bad. They're just essentially letting you be comfortable until you're comfortable enough to look at that darkness, right? Like, you're not comfortable enough to look at that darkness at the moment. So you have coping mechanisms. In some ways, what Kazuya was initially doing with Chizuru is a coping mechanism for his inability to deal with his family, with his frustrations, with this sadness that he's going through. He's like a little rabbit. What am I? A little rabbit. He's weak, sad, and he can't do anything on his own. And that loneliness was killing him. Look at what Chizuru says. Everybody deals with loneliness. Most people just hide it. Everyone's got a hole inside of them they're trying to fill. Some people fill it with relationships, others with work. She's like a light. She's literally, like, look at him. This is what I love. Kazuya looks down and he literally sinks into darkness. Like, the fucking imagery, dude. And then here, he's laughing. He's showing his real self, and Chizuru is in darkness. And then it reverses. Chizuru glows, and Kazuya in the dark starts seeing a light shining onto his eyes. He's starting to see something more. Maybe he can, fill that hole. Maybe he can see some sort of future. He's not immediately in love with her, but what she's saying makes sense. It connects to him. It reaches him. And this is true. Too many relationships or too many romance anime don't explore that pain of love, right? Too many of them explore like a superficial pain, not like the real messy and gross pain that you feel, the mistakes that you make, the depression that you go through. This is a series that explores that deep, messy depression, that deep, messy character of who we are when it comes to love. And I think very few anime do this. It's rarely this this gritty and yet this wholesome. And this manga is both messy and wholesome. And that's just something he's not really talking about. He's not seeing that. Like, you can explore all these things that he's talking about while showing it in a messy way. And that's what this is. It's not just the tropes. I'm not just talking about the tropes, dude. This story delves into the genuine, uncomfortability of love. And that's kind of what this is. It's kind of hard to break it down in live. I'm trying my best to explain it, and the words aren't quite coming to me. I'm a little tired. Everyone's got a hole inside of them. They're trying to fill. Some people fill it with, or somebody with a relationship. So what's your plan? You're in a real fix. That lie is trouble. You plan on renting me every time? Wouldn't work. Don't have the money for one. No, but he does it. He pulls it off. He gets the money somehow. You can relax. I'll probably find out before long. I won't keep relying on you. Right? I ended up spending all day today thinking about my ex. I guess I got something out of this. Now I understand how much I liked her. I doubt I'll forget about her soon, but at least I can pick myself up and force myself forward. I'll apologize to Grandma too, and someday I'll bring home a real girlfriend. I want to do things myself from now on with my own effort. After all, a sense of accomplishment is the one thing you can't rent. Get slapped. What the fuck was that? That corny shit. But that's kind of what's beautiful about this story is that he gets slapped for saying, that corny shit you often hear in romance anime that sounds goofy. And that's reflective of the kind of dialogue these characters have, where it's a very authentic dialogue to how people actually kind of communicate to some degree. And of course, the anime romanticizes it a little bit, but the way they communicate is genuinely how people kind of talk. And so when Kazuya starts talking this goofy, corny shit, Chizuru's just cringe. But yeah. And then I won't keep using her. I won't keep renting her. Haha, you dork. It ends with her smiling, right? He makes her smile. How is this a person she fucking hates? Now I'm ready. He's not ready, right? You think you're ready, but you're not ready, right? And then they have this interaction and boom, you get this thing. This is tropey, but it's an intentional kind of tropey. It's very intentional where essentially they keep running into each other and you're like, oh, Reiji's constructing this this basic ass trope. Oh, I've seen this trope a million times. How convenient they go to the same college. How convenient they live right next to each other. How convenient their grandmas are in the same hospital. Except that plays directly into a theme Reiji establishes later, which is this idea of fate and choices. And if anything, this is actually here too. Kazuya, this is really important. Kazuya introduces this idea of choices. I want to do this myself. I want to make my decisions. I want to do this. And yet the story literally tells him, no, this is your choice. You don't have a choice. This is your choice. And it's because a huge theme in this story is the influence of parental expectations, external expectations, social expectations. You can want to do things, but can you fight against these overlooming forces that make choices for you? And that's a big theme that's been present since the beginning of the series. It's these characters trying to be true to who they are, but who they are is actively challenged by external forces, by coincidences, by things happening that are out of their control. This is out of Chizuru's control and out of Kazuya's control. So it is tropey, but in reality, it's a subversion of a trope. It's a flip on the trope. It keeps giving these characters this card of just hey, but what if this thing happens? You said you won't do it, but what if this thing happens? Are you sure you won't do it? Are you sure? And then it happens again, and it happens again, and it happens again until you can't do it anymore. Chizuru stops reacting. Chizuru stops letting Kazuya do things. She's like, no, no more. And then she does the same thing. In fact, that's a repeating pattern. Chapter 2, she gives in. She's like, no, you know what? We're going to tell them. And or no, in chapter 2, she doesn't want to tell them. In chapter 3, she wants to tell them. She doesn't do anything, and she wants Kazuya to break it off. And so that inactivity of Chizuru's character is literally present as early as then. Anyways, we're kind of going on a tangent. I'm like trying to explain what he's saying is wrong, but it's like, it's hard without like delving into the story as a whole. Let's lower this.
But if new, challenging ideas and emotional complexity are scary and disquieting?
That's really ironic that he fucking says that, considering the very nature of this story is challenging and complex, and it is uncomfortable. And yet here you are downplaying it and saying it sucks. When the story literally has a character renting someone and how that could influence the relationship of the people around you and how it's messy and kind of gross and kind of uncomfortable. And yet here you are literally saying that's not in the story. Like, go watch my videos about how uncomfortable this stuff is. Go watch my videos on how, like, the series literally discusses sex in relation to Chizuru's job and the constant implicit information you're given. Like, Chizuru, during the dream date, literally saying, like, oh, at least this doesn't look like compensated dating. Clearly aware of what her job is like and the people she interacts with. And she even mentions how someone literally, like, pulled up porn on their phone when she was working one job. And it's like that constant implication of sex in relation to Chizuru's job, the stigma that Chizuru gets in relation to her job. How about the fact that Kazuya's character is inherently feminine, even though he's placed in the traditionally masculine role, and in so doing, that challenges people's understanding and comfortability with what masculinity is. How about the fact that Chizuru is actually more traditionally masculine and presents herself as perfect? Speaking of which, he literally describes Chizuru as perfect. Do you guys remember that little portion? He describes Chizuru as like this perfect girl. She has perfect bust. She's great and down to earth and in control. And even though that's all a fucking facade, right? The very nature of Chizuru's job is a fundamental criticism of waifus, because waifus are perfect and great and you love them, but you can't actually interact with them. They're not real people, right? And Chizuru literally challenges that when she gets angry at Kazuya. I'm a real person. You don't get to just fucking get upset at me and nothing happens, right? Chizuru is a fundamental deconstruction and challenge of waifus, of the tsundere trope, of tropes in general. Like, and you're saying none of that is there, right? Even though these characters are like some of the messiest and well-written characters. Like, they're messy in the sense that like they're complex and they do morally complex things, but not messy in the sense that they're poorly written, right? I say messy because the series delves into the messiness of this narrative. It delves into the messiness of love, and he's literally acting like that shit ain't there. Like, bitch, what?
What if you're just plain lonely and sad and all?
And that's the issue. He's downplaying what loneliness is, right? He's downplaying what loneliness does to you. Like, Reishi literally depicts that in the manga. What loneliness fucking does to you. It cripples you, right? You feel like, okay, we see Kazuya at the start of the story and he feels alone. But we get to chapter 2 and you start understanding why he feels so alone. These friends, so here, let's get to the end here. Kazuya goes to school and he runs into his friends. Where were they when he was depressed? Where was Kibe and Kuri when Kazuya was depressed? Where was anybody when Kazuya was depressed? They weren't with him. Kazuya was both lonely and alone. He felt isolated. He felt like he needed someone to connect to. Animes don't talk about this shit. Anime don't talk about how lonely and painful it is to go through, the grief of breaking up with someone, to be rejected, to be turned down, and then to feel like you have nobody, right? And like he's just downplaying it as, oh yeah, he's just lonely and sad and that's why he did all this, when in reality there's a lot more to this. It's not just simply he's lonely and sad. Kazuya is going through a lot. People around him downplay his feelings. Like, let's get to chapter 2. Let's turn up chapter 2. Kibe literally is it either chapter 2 or chapter 3? Kibe literally downplays like what Kazuya is feeling, and that's part of the reason they get into a fight. That Kibe actively downplays what Kazuya is feeling. He's just like, oh no, just you'll be fine. You should get over mommy because where is it? We got to pull this shit up. It pisses me off. Like the shit Kibe says to Kazuya pisses me off. Like, oh, just get over mommy. Like, oh yeah, like that's how that fucking works. I believe it's chapter 4. Yeah. It's there it is. Kazuya runs into mommy. He wants to ask her what's going on, and they show up, commentating on how he's feeling. Oh, look at him, officer. He's doing shitty shit. Kazuya's like, don't give me that shit. He's like, well, I won't deny that Mommy-chan is a good girl, and you being able to go out with her for a month was a miracle in of itself. Fuck you. Her legs are nice and slender. Like, listen how he talks about her. Her figures point towards her being light, so you can't hold her anywhere and have fun, especially in bed. That's pretty gross, right? And it's intentionally gross because of how Kibe talks about it. Like, Kazuya, while he fantasizes about this stuff, he doesn't talk about women like this. Kazuya doesn't quite describe them like this, and Reiji intentionally does that to both point out how attractive mommy is, but to also make you feel a little gross because of how Kibe is talking. Aren't you the ones looking at her with lecherous stares? Are you in a position to stop us? Authority. He's using authority. Oh, you're not her boyfriend. Why do you get to tell us how we feel and act? Okay. I wouldn't do her if I were you. That type of person, the type who'd be conservative in bed. Dude, fuck off. It's like a zombie. Man, she really doesn't have a presence at all. Maybe you're just trying to be a virgin hunter. Look at how frustrated Kazuya is with how they're talking. For now, it's best for you to just forget about Mommy-chan. I've known you since elementary school, and I don't mean to put you down or anything like that, but she's way out of your league, bro. Kibe's a dick. If my friend said this to me, oh, just forget about her. Just forget about your feelings, right? Fuck you. Fuck you. Dude, I had a relationship that was about a month long, and it fucking broke me. Right? Like, I knew the person for longer, right? But we were in a relationship for about a month, and that shit broke me, dude. Like, I had to really rebuild myself, okay? And I cannot emphasize how much Kibe is like downplaying Kazuya's feelings. Oh, just move on. Oh, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Kibe's being a dick. And that makes Kazuya want to act out against him. That makes Kazuya frustrated, dude. Like, this is why when Kazuya sees Kibe here, at first, he's trying to, like, defend Chizuru, and then they just piss him off enough, right? Like Kibe fucking slaps him. Kibe keeps saying all this shit. Open your eyes, man. How can you explain a world where you'd walk around holding hands with an S-grade beauty, like literally ranking her beauty? It's obnoxious, dude. Kibe is a fucking dick. And what's worse? What's worse here? Kazuya shows off Chizuru, and he gets on this little bit of a high, and he's kind of being a dickhead, okay? He's kind of being a dickhead, but his actions are understood when you understand how Kibe keeps downplaying Kazuya, keeps downplaying his feelings. Kazuya wants to make Kibe feel bad for making him, for acting like this. It reflects their age. They're young. They're stupid. And Kibe doing this shit is frustrating, but even more frustrating, Kibe is like, a couple of the upperclassmen suddenly invited us. Hey, we're going to a party. But they didn't invite Kazuya. Why didn't they invite Kazuya? Quite simple. Mommy is there. Imagine that. They go to this party. They get invited by their friends. And they don't tell Kazuya about it to go, hey, to go to this party because Kazuya's ex is there, but Kibe doesn't even know, and Kibe still didn't invite Kazuya. Kibe doesn't text Kazuya, hey, let's go to this thing. Kibe just tells him now, conveniently, when he sees him in the street, and it's like, hey, let's just go to this. But he didn't think to invite him earlier, and the upperclassmen didn't invite Kazuya because Mami was there. Way to exclude Kazuya specifically just because his ex is there. How shitty is that? The beautiful girl gets to be there, but because her ex is there, he doesn't get to come, right? And I get that. I get, don't invite the ex, but inviting these two who are friends with Kazuya is so shitty. And not inviting him, and then it's like, oh yeah, you're just getting invited to the party. And of course, they make this all about Chizuru. You'll come, right? Kazuya has a good chance to show that you're a man. You're a man, Kazuya. Do you see? Are you starting to see the problems that, like, the external forces actually also influence this element of loneliness to Kazuya's character? That Kazuya doesn't even feel like he belongs with his own friends. His friend from elementary school, and Kazuya doesn't feel like he belongs with him. In fact, that's the core conflict of Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, Kazuya says, Kibe's my friend, he's probably like one of the only people I can open up to, and yet most of that sequence is Kazuya being unable to open up to Kibe because Kibe keeps talking about what's right and wrong instead of, hey man, just talk to me, I'm your friend, I'm on your side, right? Like, instead of hearing his friend, he talks about what he thinks is morally correct and immoral, right? Like, we shouldn't lie to Grandma Nagomi. He's not wrong, but you're not being a good friend. And later in the story, Kibe realizes he's not being a good friend. So Kazuya's loneliness is compounded by his familial expectation, by his family literally putting all of these expectations on him, and he doesn't feel like he can turn to them to talk about his struggles. Then you see how Kazuya doesn't really have people and friends around him that make him feel comfortable to be himself. His literal friends make him feel isolated because they don't understand his feelings and they downplay them. Something a lot of guys do, by the way. A lot of guys do this. They downplay each other's feelings. Reiji actively explores that in how Kibe talks and how Kibe presents himself. Kibe is traditionally masculine, kind of gross, and it's very intentional. And that's just you're literally, Reiji putting all these pieces is Reiji showing us how Kazuya is isolated in more ways than one. It's not just, I'm lonely and I'm sad, so I turn to a rental girlfriend. And I think too many people downplay that. Like, even those who turn to something like OnlyFans, they do that for a reason. There's a reason why they got so lonely to the point that they do this. And even those who are sad and pathetic had an influence as to why they reached that point. And if you don't try to understand them, that's the big thing about this story. It's trying to understand that loneliness and that pain people love to downplay. People love to downplay the loneliness and pain people suffer through when you don't deem it good enough to be loneliness and pain. Just get over it. You're fine. Move on. No. Not everyone is the same. Not everyone can do that. That's why when people were saying, Kazuya should just go to the gym, it'll solve all of his problems. That's not how it fucking works, dude. That's not. Interestingly, I have a perfect example. After I broke up with my girlfriend, I worked out every single day. I lost 50 pounds. I got in shape. I could fucking sprint a mile. I could literally sprint a mile like it's fucking nothing. Okay, I was in shape. But I was depressed. I was not happy. The gym did a new shit for me, right? The gym did not solve the emotional conflicts that I was going through. It did not give me resolution. I felt in better shape, but I was not happy. I was depressed. I was not in a good place. The gym does not solve your problems. I needed therapy. I saw 3 different therapists, okay? And this isn't because the girlfriend broke my heart that bad. Okay, part of it was that actually. It was a pretty bad heartbreak, but there's layers to my feelings and why it was like that. I felt guilt. I felt bad for how I did things in the relationship because usually that's how bad breakups go. You feel bad for certain things, but you also don't recognize how that person might have hurt you. Something Kazuya doesn't really focus on, how Mami really hurt him. Mami really hurt his feelings, and she downplays them often. Anyways, empathy is the thing that is scarce nowadays, and you see that empathy is so important in this story, and too few mangas really focus on that kind of empathy unless it's spelled out for you. Feel bad for them because now you understand how they feel. They spelled it out for you, so now you can empathize. But empathy is not always about needing to understand someone. Empathy is about actually trying to understand someone without having it spelled out for you. Put yourself in their shoes. Why are they acting like they're acting? Is there a reason for it? And I'm not saying to do that like, oh, if a person's a dick to you. I'm not saying always put yourself in their shoes, but maybe like understand their actions a little bit. Why are they acting like this? And it might even calm you down if you're frustrated, if you're angry. If you cannot empathize with these characters, you will hate them. If you do not try to empathize with these characters to feel and connect with what is being given to you, it is easy to hate anything, to hate anyone. Hatred is rooted in ignorance. Hating things is rooted in ignorance. If you hate things, it's oftentimes like rooted in either in ignorance or maybe there's an actually valid reason to hate things. The unfortunate truth is, much of this is rooted in ignorance, not actual like valid reasons. Because there's a lot of shit you can hate in the world. Okay, there's a lot of genuinely evil fucking people you can hate in the world, and I'm one of those. I hate some evil motherfuckers, right? But this is not that. Okay, I wouldn't say loneliness cripples you. I'd honestly say it challenges you. How you face that challenge is up to you. Loneliness can cripple you. It can. It very much can. If the problem with loneliness, dude, that I think you're kind of misinterpreting here. Loneliness is in some ways a challenge. You are correct, but it is not a challenge you should face alone. You cannot face loneliness alone because it is rooted in being alone. It is rooted in you believing you're alone, especially more so if you're lonely and depressed. If you're lonely and depressed and you make a mistake, who do you blame yourself? Who do you blame? Yourself. There's no one else to blame. You need other people. What Kazuya was doing, part of it was that he was sad, that he felt lonely and he felt his heart broken and he was sad. But part of it too is he just wanted someone to see him. He wanted to be seen, to be understood. He talks to Chizuru because he wants her to see him, to see this person underneath it all, right? He wants Chizuru to understand him, to empathize with him, to tell him you're a real human being. And this is so important to the incident where Kazuya follows her, because that is the point of that. You think the manga could dive a little deeper in that, or Kazuya's mental and emotional health? Reiji does this he doesn't spell it out, but he does. The manga does it a lot. I don't want to get into it just yet. I'll get into it later. But the manga does actually do this quite a lot, and constantly. Like it's not just like it's there constantly. It's just not being spelled out for you. It's a manga that wants you to really pay attention and reread the story to catch things. Like Kazuya will sometimes say things offhand that'll inform you a lot about what he's feeling. So for instance, remember when they're talking on the balcony? Kazuya literally says, "I don't have a dream of my own. My dream for the longest time was to make grandma's dream come true." Kazuya doesn't have choices and autonomy in his own life. And that's why a part of it is making Chizuru's dream come true is him actually finding a dream, right? So understanding that suddenly informs the beginning of the series where Kazuya literally says, "I gotta make this dream come true," because he doesn't have a dream of his own. He's never been offered a choice. So in some ways, getting a girlfriend is part a choice for him, part not actually a choice for him. He's part of it is doing it for his grandmother. And later he starts to realize he wants Chizuru because he starts to realize it's not for my grandma anymore. It's because I want to. I'm changing. I'm finding this part. I'm learning to be someone else. I feel better when I'm around you. You actually make my life feel like it's worth living. You're making me see a better future for myself. And to me, that change from wanting to keep renting Chizuru to please his grandmother and just to, just to feel like he's loved changes in that moment from I feel like a better person when I'm around you. I feel like I can change. That evolution and the complexity of Kazuya's love is what's fascinating. Initially, it's to ease his loneliness, but also to make this dream come true, right? It's to live a fake dream, if you will. That's the idea. He's living a fake dream. And then he continues that facade just to keep his grandmother happy. It's not about him anymore. It's kind of selfish, if you will. Selfless, but selfish underneath. And then later, that evolves when he saves Chizuru off the ferry. The first time it really happens is when he confronts Mommy, where he does something he doesn't understand in himself. He does something for himself that he feels is morally correct, which is stand up to mommy when she calls Chizuru like terrible names. And then when he jumps off the ferry to save Chizuru, Kazuya was like a hero, right? That was like a hero moment. And he'd never seen himself in such a way. Like, Kazuya being a hero, that's not a thing. And yet he is. And that transformation makes him realize, I want to be around this person. I love this person because they make me feel like I can be a better version of myself. And that's like the first step for Kazuya, that it continues to evolve from there. Like, how long have I been talking? We've only been like about 2 minutes into the video, and I've been talking for like, I'm going to give him some credit here, so like maybe 30 minutes of me explaining how deep and complex the love in this story is. And yet he downplays it and dismisses it within 2 minutes because of his fucking thesis. Chizuru gave Kazuya what he was missing from his friends and family, and the irony is that Chizuru's circle was so small. Chizuru understood what Kazuya understood. Chizuru understood Kazuya because Kazuya in many ways is her, just in a different situation. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. I mean, hate causes suffering and it can make you suffer, but I guess.
All you want is some quick, easy wish fulfillment that...
All you want is quick and easy wish fulfillment.
Lets you live and love vicariously through a guy who's somehow even sadder and lonelier than you.
And yet, Kazuya is still not with Chizuru, so how is this wish fulfillment? Genuine question. If people's argument is that this story sucks because these two characters are still not together, and it's dragging it out and it's making you feel like shit, how is this wish fulfillment? These two arguments cannot connect. You cannot say this is easy wish fulfillment and then go on and say, well, they're not together, so it sucks, because those two are antithetical to each other. If it was wish fulfillment, they would be together and they would have gone together almost immediately, right? And Kazuya would have a harem of women that he's constantly having sex with or some shit. Like what? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you were quoting Yoda? That's funny. I haven't seen Star Wars in forever. I'm sorry. The intro sounds like an ad, as seen on TV ad. It does kind of sound like an ad.
You know, a classic rom-com, like...
Except, how is this argument make any sense? How is this a classic rom-com when everything you describe about it is antithetical to classic? Like, literally, it's not giving you what you want. Everyone wants these two to just get together, and it's not happening. So how is this a classic rom-com? Kazuya isn't... Like, I guess in the sense that, like, he's surrounded by beautiful women and it's dragging forever. I don't know. I think that's a weird way to phrase it. I get what
sad, lonely uncle used to enjoy back in his day. But, you know, with smartphones and Instagram and shit, so you can pretend it's not a prehistoric artifact. That is where Rent a Girlfriend comes in. It tells the tale of Kazuya Kinoshita, a down-on-his-luck college boy who, as per the title, rents a fake girlfriend to cope with the pain of his first real girlfriend dumping him inside a month after exactly one mediocre kiss,
But, okay, how is this a mediocre kiss if Kazuya has an amazing date with her and then she kisses him after and he's never gotten kissed before? So that's another thing. There's already context in this story of why this mattered to Kazuya so much. Kazuya didn't have a girlfriend all through high school, when almost every romance anime tells you, hey, romance is the golden time of relationships. And yet Kazuya did not have that. And then he gets to date a really beautiful girl who kisses him on, like, their first or second date or something. I don't remember what date it was where mommy kissed him. And, like, dude, I had a pretty, like, okay kiss. And I remember it was fucking magical for me. Like my first big kiss, that shit was fucking magical for me. But now that I look back, it wasn't that amazing. Like, yeah, like there was some nice stuff to it, but like, who am I kidding? It was great. Who am I kidding? It was great. So what? Like in the traditional terms, maybe it wasn't so great for him, right? Like for Mother's Basement, maybe it wasn't so great for him. But to Kazuya, it did matter quite a lot, right? To Kazuya, it mattered quite a lot. Like, yeah, maybe the kiss to you is mediocre. It wasn't animated so fucking amazing or whatever. But to him, it mattered just as to me it mattered. And in that moment, it feels magical, right? You remember every little tiny piece. You remember every, like the smoothness of the lips, how you felt in that moment, how you like closed your eyes or kissed, or how you reacted when they kissed you, how you felt afterwards. All those little details, like Kazuya receiving his like first kiss instead of the girl receiving her first kiss is a huge deal for him as a character because he's never experienced that before. So him downplaying it and just saying, oh, it's just a mediocre kiss. Why is Kazuya reacting like this when Kazuya literally, in canon, missed the golden dime of relationships, never had a beautiful girl like Mami, who, by the way, everyone says is an S-class beauty, and then that girl dates him, kisses him, and he feels really sad that that's gone now because he had this amazing experience with her. So again, he sure is downplaying this a lot, just to vindicate his own viewpoint.
That's the sadder and lonelier box ticked. The fake girlfriend he chooses to rent, Chizuru Mizuhara, is traditionally beautiful, busty, intelligent, considerate, demure, and forthright as the situation calls, and pretty much out of his league in every single conceivable way. Plus,
congrats, you just quoted Kibe. Congrats, you just quoted Kibe. The fact that Chizuru is out of his league is part of the problem. Stop telling people who and who isn't out of their league, right? Stop telling people who they can and cannot be with. That's the like, I don't think even the manga says Chizuru is out of his league, right? Like the people around him tell him, but like in the title, it doesn't say she's out of it. Like in the description, it doesn't say she's out of his league. In fact, he's kind of trying to read the preview title of it. At least that's how it feels like to me. Chizuru isn't out of his league. Like, yeah, Kazuya is not like, if you think about it, he's not at the same level as Chizuru early on. But that idea of being out of someone's league is really stupid, right? It's like, oh, you're not in the same league. You can't be with this person because you're not at that point yet. You can't do this. You can't do that. That idea of you can't, or you're not good enough to be with them, isn't that directly in line with Kazuya's struggle of self-worth and acceptance? So when you say that, when he says that, it conveys to me he doesn't understand Kazuya's character. He doesn't understand the point of Kazuya's struggle, that he is trying to live up to this idea of self-worth and accept himself, and he's constantly being told by everyone around him, you're not good enough. So that tells me he doesn't get Kazuya's character. The fuck is that?
she kind of thinks he's an asshole on account of how he acts like one most.
Okay, we already addressed this. He uses the one time where Kazuya was like a genuine asshole, but it was that just one singular moment. And then afterwards, they talk and they resolve that and they get over it. It was just in that moment she thought he was an asshole. And Kazuya does shitty things later, but literally... Here, let's pull up chapter 6 or 5. Kazuya really kind of breaks the jerk streak around chapter 5. And it's... chapter 6. Chapter 6. So in chapter 5, if you guys remember... it's the one where Kazuya pulls this, right? And there's layers to this, right? He didn't side with Chizuru, he sided with Mami. And it reflects Kazuya's self-worth issues, that he thinks he's so unworthy and so terrible as a person that he thinks Mami is right and you don't gotta defend me, Chizuru, but in some ways in the way he hurt Chizuru here. And Chizuru leaves. She's like, what the hell? And even Kibe is like, Kazuya, is that okay? And he just tells Kibe to he just gets annoyed and frustrated. He doesn't know how to feel. And Kazuya is essentially having, wait for it, a conflict of character. Kazuya is having a conflict of character. And he's being tempted by Mami in that scene. What happens in chapter 6? Chapter 6 is where it all really breaks. Mami he look at what he says. My heart is screaming out. It's screaming it. I want to be with you. And then she says, but really, Kazu-kun, she's interesting. That girl you're going out with, that is. She seemed so mature and polite, but all of a sudden she yelled out, "What a strange girl, you think? I'm not good at dealing with those landmine kind of girls. It's kind of like hard to deal with, a pain in the ass. Well, I can't judge you for choosing a pretty face because you're already an adult that can make your own decisions. But if you don't look for what's on the inside, she's not that kind of girl. Mizuhara is not that kind of girl. Just look at him." And again, the anime ruins this scene, in my opinion. They fucking ruin this scene. And the way he confronts her, right? But it's not right to talk bad about her. Sorry, I haven't gotten over it yet, but I still like you. Confesses, too. Like, no one acknowledges that Kazuya straight up confesses to Mami again here. And just because we're not supposed to like Mami in this scene, we're supposed to ship him with Chizuru, but no one acknowledges, holy shit, this dude confessed to the girl that he likes again, even though she seemingly moved on and she's trying to break him up. Like if you like, I get how the context can make you feel like Kazuya isn't a Chad, but the fact that he confessed again is like absolute Chad mode. And then he runs off because he realized he made her feel uncomfortable. And then he wonders to himself, why did I say that, I wonder? I don't even know myself. I definitely made Mami-chan hate me, but it's strange. I don't regret it. Trash. I'm definitely on her blacklist, guaranteed. All I want to do is to see her. I want to apologize to her, right? I made him, like, this conflict of character is so core to Kazuya's character, right? That he doesn't know his choices. He doesn't understand what the hell he's doing. No answer. Anyway, she's probably mad. That's to be expected. After all, what I did was really shameful towards her. She wouldn't want to deal with an annoying customer like me. Am I on her blacklist? Who would ever want to meet someone like that ever again? Like, and then he sees her. I'm sorry. What do I say to make this right? It's fine. I'm not bad about it. And Kazuya is just in shock. Why aren't you mad? Why? How can you? What? How can you not be mad? How can you act like this? Like Chizuru's putting on an armor. Didn't I tell you I'm your rental girlfriend? It's up to you for however you use me to your advantage. Of course, your former girlfriend holds more importance. She's downplaying herself, and Chizuru does the classic thing where she half closes an eye. So it's part of lie. And Kazuya, it's killing him on the inside that Chizuru is saying this. Again, the anime doesn't really capture this, how much this is killing Kazuya on the inside, that Chizuru is saying this after he did what he did. Like, they're acting like Kazuya doesn't feel guilt for his actions, that he doesn't regret them, that he doesn't, like, stop and wonder to himself, what the hell am I doing? What's wrong with me? And again, he says, no, we couldn't. I said something that's probably going to make her hate me. So I just ran away and came here. And look at him. Really, I'm just a pile of trash, hanging on to my pointless attraction forever and ever. A clueless and naive idiot that got you involved and made you be made fun of. I'm really sorry, Mizuhara. Really, just what am I as a person, I wonder. And it's literally Kazuya, like, not understanding his own actions, because that's how depression works. Depression is you losing your character and not knowing what the hell you're doing. And his moral compass is literally being tested. And this is when Kazuya really kind of stops being an asshole, right? Kazuya stops being an asshole within chapter 5. That's it. Like, he makes a lot of shitty choices in the early parts of the series. But then those choices are slowly recontextualized to highlight to you, Kazuya is not a bad person. He's just someone who's depressed. And he's losing his character, and he's constantly being challenged by external forces that are making him not really confident in who he is. Like, he's doing things not because he actually believes it, but because maybe he hates himself for like in that moment where he says to Chizuru, like, oh, Mami is right, don't do that. It's out of hate for himself. He hates himself that much. And he's like, I don't want to let my hate infect the relationships around me. I don't want to hurt Chizuru like this. And Chizuru, like, feels that. Chizuru feels that, like, moment, and he slumps down. And she says, I don't think it's pointless at all. Simply, it's hard for you to forget because it's special to you, right? It just shows that you thought of it as more than just a relationship. How about you keep doing this? Oh, actually, wait, Kazuya is still a bit of an asshole after this. In particular, the beach arc is when Kazuya really changes. This is like Kazuya having his conflict of character, and trying to do better, but then making similar mistakes afterwards. He still kind of makes similar mistakes. So I'm wrong. I'm a little wrong. This is when the change starts. This is when the change starts, and the change solidifies in after the beach arc. This is when the change. That was my mistake. The change starts here. It solidifies in the beach arc, because that's when Kazuya does something heroic, and he didn't recognize he was changing. So in this moment, Kazuya doesn't know that he's changing. In the beach arc, he starts to finally see that he's changing. If you're fine for it, I'll lend you an ear. For something to be forgotten, there are two ways. The first is where time withers it away, and the other is to make new memories, to take place of the old. And then he tries to hug her, and she kicks him in the face. And it's funny. It's like, no, man, you don't get to just hug her after that, but it works, you know? Let's see. This is less of a review and more of a hit job roast. I mean, it is called The Roast of Rent-A-Girlfriend, but it's still like, it's not really a roast. To be fair, I don't like roasts, but this doesn't feel more of a roast, more like it's just, I just hate this series and it sucks. I already said this on Reddit. Kazuya and Chizuru getting together isn't the end game of the series. It's how they'll learn to grow to each other. I'm not quite, maybe rephrase that. The idea of leagues is BS. We all have preferences and kinks. Yeah. The scene in the manga after the mommy reminds me of when Iroh forgives Zuko in season 3 and he can't understand why. Yeah. Kazuya cannot understand why Chizuru is showing him like any modicum of kindness. He doesn't understand because he doesn't love himself, right? He's like, I'm a terrible person. What do you see in me? And Chizuru literally sees something else in Kazuya, that he's not a terrible person, that he's just depressed and he's just making mistakes and learning. And he's not a horrible human being. And Kazuya cannot understand that. How can you forgive me? How can you say that? How can you act like this? I don't understand, right? Like, he doesn't view himself as worthy of forgiveness, and yet he tries because he doesn't like he doesn't like his own actions. In a lot of ways, Zuko is a great comparison to Kazuya, minus the evil Fire Lord bullshit and hunting people down and shit like that. It's not quite the same, but that struggle of making choices for yourself and who you are, and that conflict of like external forces influencing your actions and warping you into being someone else. It's literally the hero's journey in reverse. That's kind of the point.
Of the time. For instance, immediately after their first date, when he goes home and reads comments about her work from other customers and gets mad that she made them feel special the same way that she did him, like it was her job to do, so he leaves her a 1-star review complaining that she sucks at fish trivia. In response to that, she studies fish trivia for their next date because she's a very go-getting, kind-hearted type of person who doesn't let stuff like that get her down, but he still acts like a surly little baby asshole about it, so she decides then and there that she never wants to talk to him again. But
no, that did not happen. Okay, sure, let's just make shit up. I guess. No. She never said I never want to talk to you again. That never fucking happened. Confrontation happens. What the hell is that big idea? What kind of moron are you? Why would you start yelling like that in public? People were staring. And what was that shit earlier about feeling empty and that shit about strangers? Seriously, are you a moron? I'm just a rental girlfriend. That was the deal, wasn't it? Okay. Are you listening to me? Until now, I've had nothing but 5-star reviews, and I take pride in that. I've never half-assed my job before, ever. I even went and bought a book all about fish that I couldn't give a shit about, just so I could learn their names for today. And this is how you act? Find someone else's job to screw with. This is the real Chizuru Mizuhara. Honestly, this is unbelievable. Ugh, this really sucks. Here comes another 1-star. Great job screwing with my work. Okay. Then what happens? Well, what now? Do you want to keep going? Whatever you do, I'll follow your lead, right? She acts prim and proper and perfect, but she never says, I never want to see you again. That never happened, right? She calls him out. She calls him out on his bullshit, But she never says, I never want to see you again. Chizuru literally never says that. In fact, if she never wanted to see him again, why in the fuck does she follow him here? Right? You could argue maybe a part of it is that Chizuru didn't want another 1-star review, right? But she already let out that big outburst, so what's it matter? She's going to get a 1-star review regardless. So why follow him? That isn't quite explained, and some people could argue, oh, it's what is it? What's the word I'm looking for here? It's a contrivance. It's just forced. But no, Chizuru is still on the clock. She doesn't want to ignore that and get off the clock and pretend like nothing happened. So she follows him. She's confused, but she follows him, right? And she still goes here with Kazuya, even though she did that big outburst, despite that fact, right? So it's not about the 1-star. That's not the issue, right? She thought she was going to go a 1-star anyway, right? But she kept going. She turned the facade back on. She kept going. And maybe once you realize that Chizuru's grandmother was also hospitalized, maybe that could be another influence as to why Chizuru followed Kazuya. There's layers to this, right? Maybe a part of why Chizuru followed Kazuya here is that she felt a similar pain herself, a similar sense of panic. And so naturally she chose to rush and follow. Naturally, this is never straight up told to us, right? It's never implied, and it's very easy for people to assume, oh, this is just bad writing. But there is actually layers in there that indicate why Chizuru might have followed him here. And again, that's kind of being downplayed. I also think he's somewhat downplaying what Kazuya was going through and why he acted like he did. So let's go back to the first date, right? Kazuya goes on this date and he reads how other people acted and he gets frustrated. And then he does what he does. Okay, he says Kazuya's like a little baby for doing all this. What Kazuya does is stupid and shitty and pathetic and sad. But there's an importance to it. It kind of somewhat starts here, right? Kazuya goes on this date. Damn it, how is she so cute? Something happens here. Doesn't it make you feel empty? Being with lame virgins you don't even like, going on dates, taking their money. Don't you find it depressing? Right? And remember, we see like a different version of this later where Chizuru is actually more apprehensive and defensive in contrast to this expression here. Chizuru is like, no, I'm good. I don't feel that way. Now, there's another scene that I want you to go back to. Kazuya goes on this date with Chizuru, and he's like, I'm starting to get nervous. And then Chizuru asks for money. Reiji draws this as if the light is cutting. And look at Kazuya's eyes. They turn from this like goofy, silly dude to deadpan. And then you see mommy. Like, damn it, I want to go home. And then you have, so back to where we were. Chizuru says, no, I don't feel empty. And it's in some ways basically what Kazuya is doing here is trying to connect. He's trying to reach out to someone. He's trying to see the real person underneath the facade. What's frustrating to Kazuya about Chizuru, and the reason he keeps coming back to her, is he's projecting mommy onto Chizuru and how she seemingly put on a facade. She put on a facade of liking him and then just broke up with him. So Kazuya is mad and frustrated, right? But Kazuya also still loves mommy. So this is the negative side of Kazuya's relationship with mommy, reeling its ugly head with Chizuru. Every single aspect of this date with Chizuru, Kazuya being an asshole, acting like an asshole, this is Kazuya's frustration of how he felt with mommy, of how mommy treated him, being projected onto Chizuru. Is that fair to Chizuru? No. Let's get that out of the way. I'm not excusing Kazuya's actions here. I'm explaining them. I'm explaining why Kazuya acts like he does. And then you hear it very clearly here. You don't even like us, but you play this game of pretend love with us. The very nature of rental frustrates Kazuya because it is literally how he perceives mommy's treatment of him. So he isn't just being a baby and getting upset at Chizuru, and it's not just sad and pathetic. There's layers to this. Kazuya is acting like this because it's a literal manifestation of his frustration. He came to this for an escape, okay? He came to this for an escape. Literally the thing he was talking about earlier, Mother's Basement. And remember how he said, you go to this manga if you want instant gratification. Kazuya, in some ways, came to this with the mindset of instant gratification. And what did he get? He got instant gratification only to be told, oh, it's all an act. You played an act. This isn't real. Isn't that similar to pretty much every romance anime you interact with? You go for that instant gratification. You go for that relief, that thing that makes you feel good inside, because that's what romances do. And then you leave feeling kind of empty because there isn't actually anything there. And then you realize she made other people feel this way. She played an act with these other people. The very nature of it being an act is what's frustrating here, right? That's why he acts like he does. It's shitty. It's dumb. I'm not saying it's not, but it explains Kazuya's character. Every single minute detail being presented, whether it be his thoughts, his actions, how he looks, all of it reflects Kazuya's pain. And yes, he's supposed to look pathetic here, right? You're just going to break up with them, so what's it matter how you feel about the other person? It's supposed to be pathetic, but look at him. Look at how he's like covering his eye like this. He's frustrated, he's angry, and he's crying, and snot's coming out of his nose. He looks like a dipshit, but that's what it feels like, right? Sometimes you gotta feel like a dipshit. And yeah, it shouldn't be at the behest of other people, but he needed to let this out, and he didn't know how. And I think downplaying Kazuya's feelings here is kind of missing the point. Downplaying what Kazuya is feeling here and why he acts like he does here is missing the point of the story. Grow and help each other. Johan Fei, you can't even call this a roast. This is just slander. He and Zuko never give up. Sokka says that about Zuko in season 1. Oh yeah, he doesn't. You're right. Kazuya's trauma dumping on Chizuru there. Yes, pretty much. He is essentially trauma dumping in some ways, right? He's projecting a lot of this and he's trauma dumping. But Chizuru gets mad, but then when she sees everything, she listens and she understands, right? So when she understands why Kazuya did what he did, when she understands the weight Kazuya is under and all of the expectations he's constantly being put under, she doesn't view him as this terrible asshole. She realizes there's more to this person and she's just misunderstood him this whole time. And that he's not a bad person. He was just hurt and lonely and he was lashing out. That doesn't make him a bad person, right? So if Chizuru hated him, she wouldn't have followed him.
Just then, his grandma gets sick, so they gotta rush to the hospital.
Sure is a nice contrivance here, huh, buddy? Right? She doesn't want to do anything with him anymore, but for some reason, when he goes to the hospital, she has to follow him. She doesn't have to follow him. If she doesn't want to do anything with him anymore, she could just leave. So why'd she follow him? Right?
Where, to cheer her up, he introduces Chizuru as his girlfriend, which is her job, so that much is fine, except that when Granny runs off to brag to all her hospital besties about how her grandson landed a total hottie.
Okay, so this is the anime combining the two, which I think kind of ruins some of the structure of this because it makes it about Chizuru and Kazuya rather than just Kazuya. This is kind of my problem with how the anime structures itself. It combines chapter 1 and chapter 2, when the chapters seemingly being parallels and super similar to each other is kind of the point. Them being parallels and similar to each other is kind of core to the chapters. And so combining the two actually strips a lot from Kazuya's struggle because this is supposed to be about Kazuya. And when he starts acting different and Chizuru starts acting somewhat different, it doesn't make sense. Wrong, Chizuru initiates the subterfuge, not Kazuya. What are you talking about? Lawless Bacon, elaborate. What are you talking about? Okay, I guess I'll keep going until he...
It turns out that her best bestie is Chizuru's granny, who doesn't know about her job. Also turns out they go to the same school.
See how he skips over the fact that Chizuru makes the same fucking choice? Notice how he skips over the fact that when Kazuya tries to come clean, mind you, Kazuya tries to come clean, realizing what's about to fucking go down, Chizuru stops him and perpetuates the lie. So Kazuya lied initially, which was, not great, but then Chizuru perpetuates that lie when it comes time to come clean because she doesn't want to talk about her job. But then how's that on to Kazuya now? Because Chizuru's the one perpetuating it now.
And live in the same apartment building, right next to each other. So now she's stuck with him pretty much all the time, forever. And
no, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not. They make a deal. They make a fucking deal, right? Like, and literally that status quo of Chizuru being stuck with him breaks in chapter 3. It breaks in chapter 3. In fact, it becomes an active choice in chapter 3. So chapter 3 is where they found out they lived next to each other. Chizuru runs away. Kazuya tries to meet her, and Chizuru tells him to piss off. She's going to come here. He finds out about his grandmother coming here. Okay. He goes to Chizuru. Just one more time, please. Act like my girlfriend. Chizuru's like, no. Article 3, Section 3 of my contract. Employees are forbidden from taking jobs which require entry into private properties such as homes and apartments. You're an adult, right? And you can understand what this means. Fuck off. No. Goodbye. Right? Chizuru sets the ground rules here. And again, he tries to come back. He breaks into her house because he's that desperate to to get her to side with him. And she says no. She kicks him out. Right? That idea of Chizuru being stuck with Kazuya is broken here. Chizuru's like, no, I'm not helping you. But here's where something interesting happens. I really want to point out little details that the anime removes that kind of frustrates me. When Nagomi is in Kazuya's house, look at how Kazuya is sitting. Right? He's at the fridge. But look at this. Grandma, the truth is I have something to talk about. Look at him. Look at how he's sitting. Look at how he's crouching here, right? He's at the fridge, sure, but he's crouching and hiding. He can't look at her. He's like a child in a fetal position. His grandmother scares him. And then she listens to her grandmother. She kind of guessed, you've been anxious ever since I got here, and what was causing you this anxiety was easy to guess. Even though it's about Mizuhara and I, you're still young and you still aren't popular with the girls. But just one. I really just want one. Okay. Even though it can be rough in school, one day you will definitely find a girl that likes you back sincerely. To any girl that liked my grandchild, to let me see such an amazing dream, it was like an angel descended. So why does Chizuru do what she does here? This becomes an active choice now, right? Maybe in chapter 2, it was Chizuru like just perpetuating this because she doesn't want her grandmother to find out, and it could be easy to break it off. But here, it becomes an active choice. Why? What spurs Chizuru on? The idea of fulfilling a dream for her grandmother. The messiness of this is the root cause. Chizuru wants to fulfill a dream for her grandmother that she cannot do, and she hears about how Kazuya's grandmother saw this amazing dream through Chizuru, and now she wants to make that come true as she did. She literally she literally understands Kazuya. She sees him now because she feels the same exact way. She wants to also make a dream come true for her grandmother. And so she shows up at his home. That's why Chizuru does what she does here. So in acting like Chizuru has no agency here, he's ignoring he's demeaning her character. Chizuru has active choices in what she's doing here, and she knows what she's doing, right? And there's layers to these choices. But he's acting like Chizuru doesn't have a choice here, that Chizuru's being dragged along here, that the plot is forcing her to be with him when she's actively making a choice. Them being a real couple, that's just a lie. My memory was fuzzy. I love how in the live action, despite going along with Kazuya and his friends, Chizuru gives him an I will kill you smile. Doesn't she do that here too? Pretty sure she does that in the manga too. Kazuya sort of became a rental boyfriend. Yeah, if you will. And then when Kazuya sees this, he makes a deal with her, and Chizuru agrees, and they have a consenting relationship, right? I'll do this for 1 hour every Wednesday, right? And then that in itself gets thrown into disarray, right? So you establish something balanced and under control, but then something else gets challenged. So the first thing you're challenged with is the parental expectations. Then you're challenged with the friends' expectations. Then you're challenged with the multiple friend groups of expectations and how you deal with that, right? You're being presented with scenarios that constantly build off of one another and escalate and accurately, or maybe not accurately, in order.
I guess standing up for herself and telling Kazuya off all the time forever. And I guess standing up for herself and telling Kazuya off for being an asshole is just like her tsundere thing that...
What? 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 Chizuru acting like a normal person and calling Kazuya out on his bullshit for completely justified reasons is her tsundere thing. It's not, you know, a deconstruction of a fucking tsundere and what a tsundere is.
She does, because, well, he does learn that one lesson about being entitled around her job in episode 1.
That's not the lesson he learns. That's not the lesson he learns.
It is literally the only lesson he'll ever learn, and, spoilers, even after giving him a stern talking to, she lets him get away with pretty much everything forever.
No. What? Why is he framing it like Kazuya is constantly doing awful shit and all Chizuru does is let him get away with it, when the entire structure and presentation of what you're being shown is about forgiveness and understanding and trying to teach people rather than punish them? The fuck? The fuck? So, let me get this straight. Chizuru telling Kazuya to fuck off here is Chizuru letting him get away with it. Chizuru acting on this not for Kazuya, essentially, but for herself, for the idea of a dream, is her letting him get away with it. Him realizing she's under stress and this is not right pays her for that. And he's like, this isn't right. You weren't able to do your report. I'm going to support you. This isn't right. So how is this her letting him get away with it, right? Like, and then here, how about this? Like, I think he's underplaying Chizuru's character here. Chizuru isn't letting Kazuya get away with it. She's literally like, it doesn't view herself as worthy in a similar way, and yet at the same time, she understands him. I'm just so frustrated by this, like, oversimplification of the narrative. She's not just letting him get away with it. That's not what's happening, right? Like, okay, let's get into this. When Kazuya does bad things in the story early on, which he does not keep doing, by the way, people pretend like he keeps doing this shit. He fucking doesn't. He changes as a character. This is literally only early on. When Kazuya does shitty things, like in the beach, he's not. Where do I start? Where should I start? I don't know where to start because he's just throwing a really wide net, and I'm not sure how to go about tackling it. It's like I would have to address every single scenario. So we already talked about these scenarios here. Let's go a little further up, I guess. So he's clearly using the stalking incident as one of them. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, but whatever.
Even when it's a crime! So now...
Okay.
We can tick off the wish fulfillment box, too. Or at least...
Okay, so he talks about the... I've already discussed that scene in detail. Chizuru does not let him get away with it in that scene. Chizuru is seeing Kazuya for Kazuya and not what he just did, right? And like, she's not seeing like, oh, he committed a crime, oh no. He's seeing this person who she was in part influential in the choice he made here and where he was and what they fucking agreed on, do something wrong. And she calls him out for doing something wrong, but she doesn't say, I'm going to just cut you off because we're in this together and I'm not just going to throw you to the wayside because we already discussed and talked about this and I see you for who you are and not the mistake you just fucking made. You see why I didn't want to watch this video? Because the way he structures his arguments are frustrating to deal with. The way he structures his arguments is very frustrating to deal with because what he does is he casts a super wide net, and the way you can go about discussing these arguments is by like taking them down one at a fucking time and be like, okay, he's wrong about this, he's wrong about this, he's wrong about. So I'd have to go through each individual chapter to like point it out, and I'm not very good with like casting a wide net. I like to delve into each individual thing. This is why I'm not great at writing like arc reviews. You know, I'm good at like dealing with chapters one at a time, but casting a wide fucking net, that's just frustrating, right? And so he's downplaying this element of forgiveness and understanding and seeing each other for who you are to wish fulfillment because nothing bad ever happens to the character. In short, what he's saying is Kazuya isn't being punished for what he does. Therefore, it's bad writing when the entire nature of what's being presented is not about punishment. It is about understanding someone and recognizing that maybe what they're doing here isn't right, but not that you will solve that situation by cutting them off or ghosting them or by like punishing them, but that you need to meet them with understanding and love and understand why they did what they did, right? Like don't approach this with the mentality that everybody who does this is a horrible human being, right? Like, again, it's that element of empathy. He's removing empathy constantly and just kind of boiling it down to character did bad thing, therefore character bad. Instead of character did bad thing, why did character do bad thing? Is character bad? Maybe he isn't bad. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding this. I'm watching about 10 minutes of it. It's practically a political hit piece. Oh my God. Yeah, there is like a very direct, like this is kind of like how he believes he would deal with Kazuya rather than understand him with empathy. And in so doing, it shows how he doesn't understand what the stories talk about. In a nutshell, this story is not for people who are like Mother's Basement. It is a story that challenges people like Mother's Basement. And if they refuse to see past that, then they will not understand the story. Right? The story is challenging you on how you should act, how you should react to certain things, right? And I think he's too quick to judge the characters.
At least start to, since there's other girls in our hero's orbit too, obviously. Some by choice even, like the shy one who's nervous around boys and he helps her get over that, or the younger one with short blue hair who falls in puppy love with him but is kind of annoying about it and he's got to deal with that. And you know, now that I think of it, this anime actually has a lot in common with specifically the most popular tropes from Love Hina, and
it's almost like it's intentionally framing the characters like the traditional tropes you're familiar with and then criticizing them. Shocking concept. Short blue-haired girl, the shy one, the scary one. Oh, who could have foreseen the characters falling intentionally under specific tropes so they can criticize them? Chizuru is a fundamental deconstruction of tsunderes because tsunderes are inherently about the element of trauma and dealing with their trauma and hiding themselves behind coping mechanisms. How about Ruka, the secondary girl in the story who, by the way, feels like she needs to validate her existence within the narrative by being with the male character, and if she is not with him, then she has no place in the story, almost akin to exactly how female characters who are in the second role in the harem rom-com tend to not not be, in the story once the main character realizes he doesn't like them. It's almost like, what happened to Rem when Subaru said, "Oh yeah, I love Amelia." She got fucking deleted. Like literally straight up deleted. Like how about the shy character in the story who believes they're not brave, what they're actually doing and actually shy? Maybe they're almost like Reiji is criticizing stories like Love Hina and not actually taking from them. It's almost like this, and no, Chizuru doesn't just put her hair up. She like braids her hair. She changes the very nature of the clothes she wears. She puts on like these very thin, thick glasses. Like she looks completely different, right? Like Chizuru like literally wears clothes that make her look a completely different person. And like the live action shows that really well.
Glasses and using an alias. So yeah, that's pretty blatant.
Oh, I wonder what the purpose of the alias in the story is. It's almost like the alias actually serves a purpose, while the alias in Love Hina serves no fucking purpose. Of course I'm buffering. When I'm finally crashing out, there's no date. What? Seriously? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth 3D experience buffering. Seriously? The moment I'm finally crashing the fuck out and this happens? This sucks. Is it still buffering? Is it still buffering? Is it still doing that? Because I can't tell. It seems like it's okay now. At least according to this, it seems like it's okay. Seems good to me. Okay. What was the last thing you guys heard? What was the last thing you guys heard? Fun times, no alcohol required. Okay, the connection's good again. Isn't tsundere basically just harsh on the outside, kind on the inside? No, that's not what a tsundere is. A tsundere. So, Cyber Demon, what you're describing is what the modern tsundere is. The true definition of a tsundere, the original tsundere, is a character who started out cold and eventually became warm. They were far away and then they became close and started connecting with you. That's what Chizuru is. Chizuru is the more traditional like approach of what a tsundere originally was, and yet a deconstruction of that. Chizuru essentially calls out what modern tsunderes are, right? She's literally calling out what a modern tsundere is. She's not a traditional tsundere. What you're describing is what modern tsunderes are, where they're is Taiga a tsundere? Taiga is like bordering between the two. Taiga is bordering between the two, where Taiga is a more modern tsundere, and yet also somewhat similar to the more traditional tsundere. But yeah, no. So he says Chizuru has an alias. It's almost like the alias Chizuru has actually serves a fucking purpose, because she's literally trying to hide this identity from people so she doesn't find out about the college that she works in, and it serves a purpose. While with Love Hina, it serves no fucking purpose. From what I recall, like Lawless Bacon, you said you're watching Love Hina right now. Does her alias serve any fucking purpose? Because from what I recall, there's no like deep or meaningful meaning to it. There's no meaning to the fucking alias. It's just fucking there. That's what I remember, right? That's personally what I remember. Am I wrong? Like I don't want to go spread misinformation. So I'll gladly be corrected here if I'm wrong about that. Like, please go ahead and fucking correct my ass. Does the alias serve any purpose? It's just cosmetics in Love Hina. So there's no purpose for it. Like, I haven't watched Love Hina in ages, so this might not be completely fair. But just to say both characters have an alias, therefore it's the same thing, is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard.
Actually, there are some differences, obviously. Kazuya has more male friends with marginally defined personalities than your typical Keitaro, for instance, but yeah, Rent-A-Girlfriend is pretty much just your typical Akamatsu-type waifu merchandising.
As a fan, I'm fucking insulted. I bet Reiji would be technically happy about that. He's like, oh, okay, like, he's comparing me to the Love Hina author. That's cool. But I don't know. Like, I think how he's insulting it would be fucking irritating. And also, the way he's talking about this is literally just the way he's talking about, like, it's literally just the anime. The way he's discussing it is how the anime presents this fucking manga. It's clear he just skimmed.
Instead of the standard mystery childhood friend roulette plot structure, it's been retrofitted onto a more modern Kawahara-type wife guy harem chassis.
God, way to just take everything out of a fucking story and just fucking, like, preditate its entire existence on fucking tropes. That's such a sad way to look at storytelling. I'm going to judge this entire rom-com by how I understand tropes and storytelling, rather than, hey, maybe it's actually criticizing that shit.
And if 240 chapters and counting are any indication, that was...
Oh yeah, this came out like... I don't remember this came out.
Was a pretty brilliant marketing move. At this point, harem audiences already...
Harem? Why is he saying harem? Isn't it harem? Harem? That's a weird way to say it.
Know that it's gonna be the tsundere, and even if it's...
Gee, it's almost... Just because it's obvious he's gonna be with Chizuru, it doesn't mean... I'm mad. I'm fucking mad, dude. I'm so fucking annoyed. I hate it. Okay, first off, let's clear some shit up. If you look this manga up, it is not listed as a harem. It is not listed as a harem. That is not the thing it is listed at. Do you know where it's listed at? That. If you go to Crunchyroll, it is listed as a harem. If you go to the manga, it is listed as a romantic comedy. It is listed as a romantic comedy, not a harem. It is not a harem, okay? This manga is not a harem. It is a love story between Kazuya and Chizuru, period, okay? The other characters exist as a criticism of harems. It is a criticism of harems. In fact, if you want a harem manga, guess which one I can fucking recommend for you? The Shiyunji family. The Shiyunji family is intentionally a harem manga. Literally, it has the 5 female characters who are literally these tropes intentionally, and then criticizing these tropes in reverse, right? He literally wrote a harem in reverse. This is not a harem. This is a manga initially presented as a harem with all these extra female characters, but it is not a fucking harem. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, just because it fits what you think it is, it doesn't mean it is. It's not a fucking harem. Kazuya figures out he's in love with Chizuru in chapter like 15 or 16, okay? If he already knows by that point, she's the one, there's no one else, how is that a fucking harem?
It's not the tsundere. Every other possible subversion has also been done to death by now, so it makes sense to drop the mystery angle altogether and just write a story where the main character's explicit goal is to get with the tsundere.
Why does it... Oh, who is he gonna get with? That's not the fucking point. Look, the inspiration for this story is Meizoni Koku. The character in Meizoni Koku falls in love with the lead female character in chapter 1. In chapter 1. He fucking knows she's the one. In chapter 1. But he's too much of an immature jackass to see it and to commit to it in like a real adult way. This is a manga about growing up, right? It's not about the fucking mystery, right? Why is he inserting tropes that have nothing to do with the story? Why should a story have to fall in line with a structure you are familiar with? What the fuck is this shit? He's like literally taking a completely different story and like putting this story under its rules, instead of judging this story by its rules, by its own structure, by what it's trying to say. He's not even talking about Rent-A-Girlfriend. He's talking about his own fucking thing. What the shit is this?
Cut out the middleman and give the people what they want. That's just good business.
Is this fucker a business major? Sorry. Maybe that was a little mean. But the pragmatic, apathetic nature of how he's looking at this is pissing me off. I'm genuinely getting a little fucking annoyed, because at least Degenerosity actually tried to emotionally engage with the story, even if he didn't get it. At least he fucking tried. Yeah, he had a lot of bias, but he kind of tried in his own way. This just feels mean. This just feels like if this is all I knew about Mother's Basement, I'm sorry, I would not want to be friends with him. Personally, right? If this is all I saw, like, he's just being a dick, dude.
But it's also just absolutely dog shit writing. You see,
oh, yeah, okay, here we go.
Wife guy harems, wherein the hero zeroes in on a specific love interest early on, but picks up an entourage of female admirers on the way to winning her heart, tend to work best as B-plots in non-romantic anime. There's a reason I cited SAO as the prototypical example. They can provide very potent wish fulfillment, but they do so by actually progressing.
Why should this story function? Okay, so first off, we've already established that this is a manga that does not function around wish fulfillment. It is antithetical to that very concept and idea. So why is he treating it like it's wish fulfillment? I think I'm starting to get the issue here. He's treating the manga like he's expecting it to be wish fulfillment, and when the manga does not give him wish fulfillment, he says it's bad wish fulfillment. So the question is, why are you treating it like it's wish fulfillment when it keeps telling you over and over and over and over and over and over this isn't wish fulfillment? So why are you looking at it that way? Why in Jiminy Christmas are we looking at this like it's wish fulfillment when it keeps telling you it fucking ain't? Why is he treating this like a rom-com when it clearly keeps telling him, I don't function like... Oh, sorry. Why is he treating this like a harem when it keeps telling him, I don't function like a harem? So why are you treating me like a harem? It's like he knows how to write. And he's looking at a story, and it's literally telling him, I'm not this. And he's literally saying, why aren't you this? What?
The core relationship at a satisfying pace, which directly goes against your typical low-effort rom-com's priorities of keeping the leads in a will-they, won't-they holding pattern for as long as humanly possible, so no one notices they don't actually have any romantic chemistry. It's
Kazuya and Shizuru don't have romantic kiss. When every other chapter we're reading is just us saying, just kiss, you dipshits. Literally every other chapter we read since the beginning of the series, maybe like after like a certain point, we're just saying, kiss, you fucking idiots. Okay, if he genuinely thinks they don't have romantic chemistry, I have to genuinely believe he did not read the manga or anything of that matter past a certain point, and most of his talking points are probably from memory. I bet you he watched the first season of the anime when it came out, and much of this is just him recalling this stuff. This is kind of my bet. I'm betting that most of this is just him recalling stuff and just literally falling into the same trap as Degenerosity, where maybe at least Degenerosity binged the whole thing, but then he had too much information, whereas I think Mother's Basement is the opposite. He has too little information, and he just remembers it by like the time he watched it, and he's like, oh, that happened, oh, and this happened, and he's like piecing it together by like the little pieces of information that he has to justify his standpoint.
It's not impossible to create a good standalone harem story within the wife guy framework. Toradora made it work by having the main character slowly realize that his husband girl wing lady was the wife he really needed all along.
Kazuya realized this is almost okay. Well, I don't like the wording he uses. Wife wing lady. What the fuck is this?
But the Rent-A-GF target demo doesn't really want to be told that the things they want might not actually be the things they need. They want the things they want wrapped up in a nice little bow and nothing else except for a handwritten tag reading, "This year, I'm your present," on a December Megami magazine fold-out. Toradora was also...
First off, the thing that wasn't on a magazine. The art image he used to justify his claim that, let's hear it again.
"I'm your present," on a else except for a
"I'm your present" on a
written tag reading, "This year, I'm your present," on a December Megami magazine fold-out.
On a December Megami fold-out. So interestingly, this art piece, it was drawn by Kana Hirayama for Christmas on the Christmas episode, and it was not featured in any magazine. How fitting! I feel like this is such a fitting example of his talking points, because he'll use a picture, or he'll show footage to justify his argument, but then that footage, if you actually watch it, kind of contradicts his argument. This is such a great example of that. This is just, this little sweet tiny section is such a massive microcosm of the fucking of the arguments and structure of his video and how they're completely bullshit. Agami magazine is the anime related magazine, not fucking manga magazine. And again, he's clearly like basing this on the anime solely rather than the manga. And while I would love to just completely blame this on the anime, I'm gonna be real, some of the story is in the anime still. A lot of, especially season 1, a decent amount of like what the story's trying to say is still in the anime in season 1, despite the skipping, despite the character rewrites and the presentation and the blah, 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 blah that I can get into for fucking hours. It's still kind of there. So when I see this, I just think like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like he engaged with the narrative at all. He's just projecting what he wants the narrative to be.
Toradora was also defined by a sense of constant forward momentum, fueled by rich, motivated characters who felt like fully realized human beings with their own goals and dreams and shit. Even the protagonist. And I don't know if Reiji Miyajima can...
Reiji Miyajima? Why do you say it like that?
Can write a story like that, but this one definitely isn't one.
Chizuru doesn't have any motivation as a character. The single most motivated character is the one he shows when talking about characters not having motivation or dreams or goals or aspirations. Me talking about how Kazuya as a character is struggling to find dreams and goals and aspirations and a sense of self, and him saying, "Oh, Kazuya doesn't have it. That makes him a shitty character." How about Sumi, who, yeah, maybe in the manga we don't immediately find out her goals and aspirations, but she clearly wants to get better at this rental thing. Her dreams and goals, her aspirations, are her wanting to be better at communicating with other people around her. And then when you see the spin-off manga, to be fair, it's in the spin-off manga, you find out that her dream is to be an idol. Okay, how about Ruka? What's her dreams? What are her goals? What are her aspirations? Well, Ruka defines herself by the people around her because she is a high schooler who doesn't have a clear sense of self. So you don't immediately know her dreams, her goals, or aspirations. Just because you don't know these things about a person, it doesn't make them not interesting, right? Like, I talk to my coworkers and I find them interesting all the fucking time. I don't know what their dreams and goals or aspirations. Why should a person be defined by their dream, goals, or aspirations, right? Like, that's a That's a very strange thing. I don't talk about like my dreams and goals and aspirations with my coworkers. It doesn't make them any less interesting to interact with. If anything, I feel like if you can write characters without having to tell someone about their dreams, goals, and aspirations, and make them still feel interesting, that should reflect how good of a fucking writer you are, that you can write that good of a dialogue. Hell, how many sitcoms could you like show characters who don't have immediate goals and aspirations besides maybe wanting to get with a girl, and yet it is interesting? How I Met Your Mother is a great example. Only like two characters I would think have like immediate goals and aspirations. The other characters are just living their lives, but they're interesting to interact with. So that's a very strange metric to measure how well a character is written. To put him under that singular microscope, it feels like he's pigeonholing the story to justify his own claims. What the shit is he fucking talking about? Why is he pigeonholing the story so much into these things he feels like they have to be because he genuinely believes it has to be a harem when it keeps telling him it's not a fucking harem? And even then, like, these things that he's judging the story by have nothing to do with fucking writing. Like, dude, I can think a character's interesting without having to know their goals and aspirations and what they want to fucking do in life. Like, bitch, half of these people in that age group don't know what the fuck they want to do in life. And yet we do have dreams and goals and aspirations for the characters. Each one has something interesting about them.
Literally, the only things that I can tell you about Kazuya as a person, besides the fact that he wants a girlfriend and doesn't have a girlfriend and whines all the time about not having a girlfriend, are that he really likes his grandmother and also fish. That's it. Those.
Okay, so let's work off of the metric that I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's only basing this on chapter 50. That's where we're going to stop because that's where season 1 stops. Chapter 49, actually. Okay. We're going to go through it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're going to go through it. We're going to find out what we know about Kazuya's character. Well, at the very least, we know what your ecology's in, but that's not fair. I understand. That's not something interesting about Kazuya's character. Okay, so he knows a lot about fish. Kazuya is at the very least smart enough to surf the internet and know what the internet is talking about. It's clear Kazuya has a deep connection to the internet in some way, shape, or form, as it is the thing that directly influences his choices in the manga. So we know Kazuya is at least a little bit tech savvy. He's on the internet at least a decent amount. Not like, you know, he's smart with computers, but more so that he knows like he knows stuff about social media. He interacts with social media at the very least, making him a little bit like more aware of certain things. Okay. Kazuya does not have a dream of his own, but he has a dream he wishes to fill for his grandmother. That's another thing we kind of learned here. Do me a favor and keep your Kazuya, at the very least, has some interesting has this like element of common sense to him. Like, I guess that's not a fair argument, but it's like what makes him interesting is like he knows how to put on how to act in public, if you will, despite the fact that we saw him do this big outburst in chapter 1. Okay. Now I'm ready. You can understand some stuff about his character just from the clothes he's wearing. Oh wow. Oh wow. Kazuya actually used to wear so the anime initially based how Kazuya is dressed at the start of the series with that loose sleeve neck thing, but then Reiji changes it later, but the anime never actually changes it. Let's see. All right. So that's chapter 1. Let's go to chapter 2. I'm blitzing through these as fast as I can, just to be like, okay, what do we know about Kazuya's character? Because I don't want to like, let's see here. person, my bad. He can recognize people very quickly. So that's kind of interesting. He seems rather aware of how people look while other people can't tell, right? He can tell Chizuru's Chizuru. Let's see here. Like an effort of keeping locations for school. He's surprisingly reasonable, right? Let's see. To tell her the truth, Grandma, when you visit Wednesday, be sure to bring Miss Chizuru along with you. Okay. Oh, that's one thing we kind of did learn recently. Kazuya's willing to get down and dirty, but he won't actually do anything terrible. So we got that going. A diamond, final jewel, like a beauty, plan for doing. Okay, so that's just very early on. Daydreaming. The self-centered girl. What kind of face is she going to wear? I wonder. She an idol. I'm jealous of her. Okay, yep, definitely. Oh my god. Marriage. Right. So Chizuru pulls this shit. Kazuya's like, oh my god, what the hell? Hospital, her grandmother. So when Chizuru is in trouble and he realizes about her grandma thing, this is bad. If she sees you, she might find out about our lie, right? So he immediately tries to work with Chizuru and keep things quiet. He tries to work with her and help her out. And he almost gives in to his instincts here. She kicks him out. And then when he realizes something is wrong, Kazuya immediately tries to jump out and apologize, right? He tries to tell the truth. So Kazuya has a moral code. He has a sense of justice to some degree. But Chizuru stops that, right? Kazuya is also extremely empathetic. How about we just tell them that we broke up? But right now, no matter what, I can't stop doing my job. Just like you can't stop until you find an amazing girlfriend, right? Let's see here. Diamond. Yep, they run into each other. Okay. So we already found out a few things, in particular how Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 contradict each other in that in Chapter 1, Kazuya does very selfish things, but in Chapter 2, you see how he kind of has a selfish... he does those things again, but you see how he has a sense of justice, that when things escalate too much, he actually tries to resolve them and tell the truth, right? But Chizuru does not let him. Okay. All right, that's not right. That means meddling. Definitely no snooping around. Okay. Joel, she's living next door to me. He's going to come here. Well, we found out that Kazuya is messy, right? He's not super clean. He's kind of messy in how he lives. But that messiness reflects himself and how he himself is lost. Kazuya dyes his hair and presents himself in a way to try and look cool. That's another thing you can pick up just by looking at him. So that's something we found out. Maybe I should close. If anything, I would point out something kind of important. A big part of the reason that the characters don't know a whole lot about each other's personal lives and slowly start to learn more later is because in the initial part of the series, they're actually keeping up walls intentionally. They're intentionally keeping up barriers and not connecting to each other. And that's another thing that I want to kind of point out. Doesn't the main dude from Love Hina have a fucking peephole or some shit where he can like talk to the girl through that? Why does he casually ignore that? Where the characters can communicate through that thing. But in this story, they're completely blocked off. There's an inherent wall between them, and that wall is even reflected in how Kazuya and Chizuru interact, and even in how much they know about each other's lives and who they are as people, right? But he completely kind of ignores that in favor of, oh, you don't know that much about Kazuya's character, even though it's like he's ignoring the slow-paced nature of the manga, which is very strange Because just because you don't immediately know something about a character, it doesn't mean that's like a thing. That doesn't mean they're poorly written or uninteresting. Because I find Kazuya quite interesting, despite the fact that I don't know that much about him. Oh, there's another thing I just remembered. Kazuya is willing to work a job if it means that he can pay for his own expenses and does not have to rely on his family, right? So there's that, at the very least. Kazuya is willing to fork over the money when he feels it is morally right to, right? So he doesn't let himself be defined by the shame of how he might look. Rather, he acts on those things. Rather, he takes his own actions. So again, these are things that aren't like dreams, goals, and aspirations. Oh, Kazuya drinks. Kazuya likes to drink regularly. That's another thing we know about him. Something we see when he goes out with his friends here. Like Kazuya likes to go to parties sometimes and drink with his friends, just as any college dude would do. So that's something we saw here. Let's see, chapter 7. All that stuff. Am I dead? I have to be able to carry on my first summer's letter. Bill. Shimoda, 2 days at the Izo Beach. I'm planning to go this age, but you know it's gonna be the same people as the ones who came to the club last time. Okay. Huh. Mother's basement is well aware of the slow pace. He just can't stand it. That sounds like a him problem. Let's see. Yeah, like what I like about the way Reiji writes, at least early on, is that he uses rather than focusing on like telling us more about the characters, he teaches us more about these characters in the scenarios he puts them in, rather than constantly focusing on like, oh, look at how they live their lives and what they do. Instead, he does that in reverse much later on in the story when we actually get to go into their homes. And I also like literally after chapter 50, like literally we get introduced to almost all that stuff. So I don't know, like that's my issue is like, okay, I have to like look through all this stuff, right? I have to look through all this stuff to be like, oh, I know a lot about Kazuya's character already. And we do. I'm already learning things about him within like 6 chapters or 7. We're at chapter 8. I've already learned a decent amount about Kazuya in just this time without having to know what his hobbies are besides that he takes care of his fish, right? Like it's okay to just have a simple hobby like that. But then what else do we got, right? Okay. I don't know. It's like the very nature of his arguments are just fucking annoying, and I don't know why I'm playing along. I'm playing along to just be like, oh, he's totally wrong. But I feel like this is something I can do over a long period of time and make a list out of it, but whatever.
Those are all of his character traits. Wait, sorry, that's not entirely fair. He also has precisely 2 flaws. 1, he lies constantly to avoid embarrassment and rejection, even more so than most harem protagonists. And 2, he's dense as fuck. Again,
Dense as fuck, or like, you know, aware of social cues and not to assume, and also you can't read a girl's fucking mind.
and even more so than most harem protagonists, and that is an incredibly scary thought. Kazuya literally cannot intuit a single thing for himself. A girl could tell him exactly how she feels about him to his face, and 5 minutes later, he'll be wondering if she meant the exact opposite of what she said. If it is
You know, it's almost like she does something that contradicts the very thing she just said, and that's why Kazuya assumes, hey, maybe that's not exactly what she meant. Maybe? No? That's not a thing? It's almost like Kazuya isn't actually that dense, like, because there's, signs indicating otherwise, and that, those things are complicated and not so simple, and I could literally delve into each one. And it's kind of interesting that, speaking of which,
him exactly how she feels about him to his face, and 5 minutes later, he'll be wondering if she meant the exact opposite of what she said.
Isn't it interesting that he shows mommy when talking about this? By the way, look at Kazuya. He looks fucking hilarious. Isn't it interesting that he shows mommy, of all characters, when he says this? The girl who dated him and then broke up with him for no fucking reason. Isn't that interesting? Right? I wonder why Kazuya would wonder, maybe what she didn't mean what she actually said. Weird. It's almost like Kazuya does this with Chizuru when she, wait for it, they're rental dating, and she's, like, literally, I kid you fucking not, putting on an act. Therefore, maybe that's not actually what she fucking meant. Maybe she meant something completely different because this is an act. It's almost like you can't tell what is truth and what is fiction, because that is almost part of the story, and so naturally you begin to doubt that. It's almost like Kazuya told people about his secret, in particular, people he trusted and cared for. It's almost like Kazuya doesn't always lie and actually opens up to people he seriously trusts and feels like he can open up to. Maybe there's a point to the lying. Maybe there is a reason there are some lies early on in the series, in particular to people around him who Kazuya feels like he cannot tell the truth to. Because it's a coping mechanism, and that's how coping mechanisms work. It's almost like there's character writing. When you paused on Kazuya in his uniform, he looked like Tyrion Lannister. Why Tyrion? Oh, I get it. Didn't Kazuya tell Curry his secret? Yeah, what did I just fucking say? Life's greatest mysteries. Why would you assume the opposite of what someone said when a contradiction is present? Like, Chizuru, hey, I'm thinking of quitting my job because I have a goal to meet, but you don't have a girlfriend. What about that? It's almost like I should tell her to chase her dream instead of telling her to stick with this job. Yeah, Chizuru flip-flops all the fucking time, and that's part of her character. And that is why it's somewhat confusing. And even though it becomes clear that the characters like each other at a later point, they're just at that weird, confusing limbo, right? And Reiji gives it like a genuine purpose and meaning that feels earned, There's a real sense of confusion in both who they are and how they act.
If it is possible to misunderstand something, Kazuya will misunderstand it. If it is impossible to misunderstand something, Kazuya will misunderstand it even harder. And speaking of harder, there is one other thing of note that I should probably note about this protagonist and his quote-unquote personality. Perhaps in an effort to make Kazuya more relatable to the target audience, or maybe just as a show of confidence in his own art and waifu designs, which, to be fair, are very good. The show's success largely rides...
Why did I pause? He's talking like the anime's art is Reiji's art. He says show, he doesn't say manga. Since when have the manga and the anime been the same thing? Like, yes, a big driving point is that Chizuru is very beautiful. Reiji literally says it. One of his strengths as an artist is how well he draws the female character. He's right in that front. Except these designs are Kane Hirayama, and the anime intentionally presents the female characters in ways that intentionally appeal to you to be traditionally waifu, which is fundamentally contradictory to what the series is about. It's almost like the anime contradicts the manga, and if you actually understood what the fucking manga was about, you might understand that.
On how good they are, Miyajima made the
Why does he say it like that? Why does he say it like that?
Artistic choice to depict his own protagonist jerking off to his own waifus.
So you don't jerk off? Not a genuine question. Like, what's wrong with a male character beating his meat? Do you want it done artistically? You don't want to experience it. You just want to get a tease of what's happening. You don't want to see it, right? That's what the issue is. Even though the manga has consistently shown you it deals with the messy and the gross and the uncomfortable. Granted, the way the manga depicts the way the anime depicts this particular scene is something I'm not particularly fond of. Something I've said many times before. I'm not quite fond of how they do this scene. It kind of works, but it kind of comes off as a little awkward too.
Not just once, but a couple times per volume.
What is wrong with that?
He jerks it so much that the entire...
It's almost like when a dude is depressed and sad, sometimes they want, wait for it, instant gratification. And that instant gratification that Kazuya gets out of, being his meat is literally the opposite of the story structure of not giving you what you want. And so Kazuya has to naturally learn to not just always beat his meat, but at the same time to learn to not hate himself for beating his meat, because almost every time he beats the meat in the story, he hates himself, because this is something a lot of men go through, where they hate themselves for giving themselves this pleasure because you're taught that way of doing it is wrong, right? And later in the story, Kazuya comes to accept that. There's nothing wrong with depicting that. The very act of showing that isn't inherently bad. Right? Just as showing nudity isn't inherently sexual, showing something sexual doesn't mean it's inherently bad.
Ending credit sequence for the entire show is all about how much he jerks it all the time.
I mean, that's just the animators popping off with that. And then they kind of do something interesting with it, where it's like, oh, look, here's Kazuya's dreams and fantasies. It's more so about the dreamer aspect, but yes, they do that. I'm not a massive fan of it personally. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm not a massive fan of it personally.
One could even argue that jerking it is Kazuya's single most important and defining character trait.
I really don't like this video.
I mean, Fish didn't make it in the OP till season 2, and Granny hasn't gotten any credit time at all, so you tell me what this show thinks is the most significant thing about him. Now,
it's almost like the anime has somewhat bastardized Kazuya's character, and he's not being depicted accurately. Almost, You'd know that if you didn't fucking skim the manga.
Now, perhaps there are other facets of Kazuya that get revealed in manga chapters I haven't read yet that add significant richness and depth to his...
It's almost like my timing is exquisite.
...character, but I kinda doubt it, because from the ones that I did read...
It's almost like there could be more to Kazuya's character. Maybe he's more interesting than I'm assuming. But I'm not going to try to find out. I'm just going to make a big assumption.
It sure seems like his entire character arc is just a perfectly straight line. In Chapter 4, he's painted as a self-absorbed, sex-obsessed loser who pops a raging boner whenever he pictures a girl he likes with another guy.
Let's pull up Chapter 4. He claims in Chapter 4 that this is how Kazuya reacts when he imagines a woman with someone. He imagines a woman with someone else. This is why he pops a raging boner. Literally imagines himself with the girl he likes. Okay. Oh, look. It's Kazuya again. Oh, look. He's thinking of mommy again, right? He's basing so much of this in the early parts of the series, right? Like, this feels like he read chapter 4 in, like, a void and just said, that's all Kazuya's character. I read chapter 4 in a fucking void. That's all Kazuya's character. Right? Like, to be fair, he does it, like, 3 times in this chapter. Like, once in the beginning, or no. Twice. He does it twice. Once in the beginning, a second time here, and he's interrupted midway through. And then that entire thing with mommy happens. And that is actually very intentional to build what ends up happening with mommy later on, where he meets her again. And then mommy literally tempts him with sex. She literally implies sex to him. And so that depiction of sex at that time, with Kazuya specifically imagining himself with mommy, not someone else. So he fucking lied. He made that shit up, by the way. Like, straight up. Like, that's not what happened. We literally just saw that's not what happened. He made that shit up. It's almost like there's a purpose to showing Kazuya beating his meat, because it actually aligns perfectly with the thematic idea of being tempted with sex, and rather than making the choice you know is right. Huh. It's almost like that thematically aligns well with Kazuya feeling he's unworthy, and he beats his meat to a girl, but then when he sees himself with another woman who's beautiful, whose friends keep telling him he's not good enough to be with, he starts losing himself in that power trip. It's almost like there's, wait for it, good writing.
Even in the middle of a public restaurant. And by chapter 218, he's a
Here we go.
self-absorbed, sex-obsessed loser who pops a raging boner whenever he pictures a girl he likes with another guy, even in the middle of a public pool. Oh God! But now I'm...
Give me a moment. Sorry, my cat was causing trouble. Sorry about that. I had to step away. Who's a go-go? Who's a go-go? Ugh. Damn, he's just chilling. Dude, don't give a fuck. He's just chilling here. He's like looking at the screens. He's like, what's going on here? Sorry, I just gotta hold on to my cat a little bit. No, I didn't leave because of the video. I left because I had to do something. My mom called me. Something was up with a cat. So I just needed to grab him real quick. He's just chilling in my lap. Like, if you guys saw him, he's just chilling in my lap. Oh, there he is. He's trying to get up. Sorry. Here you go. Let me move you. Okay, you're okay. Here you go. Sorry. Sorry. He's a cute little dumbass. Just give me a second. Anyways, sorry about that. Let me make sure this is aligned. Okay, 218 again. So as you can tell, he completely misrepresented chapter 218. Like, he says Kazuya is self-loathing and sad, and he pops a boner in the pool, imagining the girl he likes with another guy, and like completely removing the whole. It like literally, it feels like he went to that chapter and read it in a complete fucking void, without any context or true understanding of Kazuya's character. So naturally, when he sees the chapter, it completely just validates his beliefs and arguments and none of what was actually shown. It's almost like it's another fantastic example of how he didn't read the fucking story. Like, he admits to skimming multiple times. He admits to barely interacting with the story. And then he gets to a point where he sees something that validates his argument. And he's like, you know what? See? Kazuya's character is just, a straight line. He's not fucking interesting at all. Like, he's just this character who's terrible and I hate him. Even though... Like, okay, you want to know how I know he didn't read behind Kazuya's backstory? Because remember what he did with Kazuya earlier, where he's like, maybe there's some other chapters that will make Kazuya seem interesting. But I don't think so, because from what I skimmed, it seemed shit. And then I got to that chapter, and it validated my viewpoint. Well, interestingly, in the mommy section, I vividly remember this, in the mommy section, he does actually analyze a part of Mommy's character and recognize the contradictions being presented in Mommy's character. And I'm like, shit, why is he randomly trying all of a sudden? And then he's like, but you know what? He says the same thing as Kazuya. I bet her story sucks ass, so I doubt, like, when Mommy's backstory is revealed, it's not that fucking interesting. Here's the interesting part about that, and this proves he did not read at all between chapter 218 at all, like, to get any context for it. He read it in a fucking void. You wanna know how I know this? Mommy's backstory is 3 chapters away from chapter 218. Yeah. So he didn't even read 3 chapters back to get any form of context as to why chapter 218 exists in any shape or form. He just read it in a fucking void. And then he didn't even, like, read Mommy's story at all. He didn't even, like, want to verify or prove if what he's saying is actually true or if there's actually good fucking writing there in any modicum of a way. No. This one thing I saw validates my viewpoint, therefore I'm correct. Is it a stretch to say, I would argue this is worse than the Degenerosity video? This is actually worse than the Degenerosity video. Because at least with Degenerosity, he's like misremembering things and he's clearly influenced by his bias. But with this, it feels more like he's actually just intentionally getting shit wrong to validate his argument. Like, at least Degenerosity, it's clear he either did not understand the story, was influenced by his biases about the characters and the narrative, but this just feels very intentional. This feels very, very, very intentional, especially with the opening literally disincentivizing discussion of this narrative in any way, shape, or form, because it tells you there's nothing there. So when you tell someone there's nothing there, your natural reaction is there's nothing to talk about. And then he proceeds to talk about it for 35 minutes and all of that information is seemingly fucking wrong. or just, trying to force a story into a fucking pigeonhole of how it should be instead of, what it actually is. I don't even think this guy's skimmer has the netting. What that mean? What's that mean? I feel you. Imbeciles in my country always pick chapter 218 to slander Kazuya too. Dude, I'm a make people fucking cry over that chapter. I will do it. I will make people cry over a man popping a boner. I'm gonna do it. They will break. I will break them. Watch me fail miserably. Like, let's be real. Watch me fail miserably. But I really want people to understand that chapter, because I genuinely believe it is a good chapter. It's just, when you look at it in a void, like, even then, I think even when you read that chapter, how do you... I guess there are ways to misinterpret it in a fucking void. I guess maybe I'm like, I've seen the story too well, so I won't, but I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
Getting way ahead of myself and frankly overshooting the whole scope of this video. I know some of you really want me to go stupid in depth with this one, but after making my Kaguya-sama documentary, essentially, I just don't have it in me to read another 240 plus chapters of rom-com, especially...
Okay, how is that fair to this story? I get you want to, like, you know, shit on this narrative, and that's, well, not really fine. I'm not going to say fine, but how is that fair to this story? If you don't even want to give it the time, how is that fair to this story? Like, okay, you don't want to do that right now, then don't. Then don't. Don't talk about it right now. Do it when you can, right? At least give it a fair fucking chance. You're clearly not even doing that. You're clearly not even doing, you're barely engaging with the story at all. You like literally fucking skimmed a wiki page. That's what it feels like. It doesn't, like, it feels like you're like, I watched the anime like 2 years ago, probably around this time, 2 or 3 years ago, and now I'm gonna like skim through a fucking wiki page and justify my stances on this story from that. It's like my dumbass friends who like absorb stories via mitosis by watching TikTok videos. Like, yeah, and if you're watching this, you know who you are. You know who you are, motherfuckers. I doubt you're watching this, but if you are, you know who you are. But no, like, that shit infuriates me, dude.
When the ones I have looked at so far are so very not good. Those include the most recent 30 or so chapters, plus a handful of 2 to 4 chapter arcs that I literally picked at random from throughout the rest of the manga. And
he picked arcs at random and skipped to the fucking end of the story to justify his stances. And I'm betting you, at that point in the story, it was around the 3-month time skip.
And the weird thing is, the only point where I felt like I had missed literally anything of significance in the story during my self-imposed time skips was when a character literally died. So I
just, you know, casually spoil that. And for anyone who even modicumly interacted with the manga, you know it's Sayuri. You know it's Sayuri.
also read the one arc where that happened, which was easily far and away the best part of the entire manga, by the way, and henceforth I was never confused by anything I read in any random chapter again. Now,
says that as he proceeded to tell 11 minutes of utter fucking nonsense that either did not happen or was completely misinterpreted. Impressive, sir.
Now, to be fair, I have poisoned my entire brain with a fuckload of harem anime, and your average anime enjoyer probably won't be able to skip around to random parts and fill in the blanks the way I can.
Says that as he clearly did not fill in the blanks in any way, shape, or form, and clearly misinterpreted this entire fucking story. Impressive, sir. I'm usually not this fucking mean, okay? But I'm actually bordering on mad. I'm actually bordering a little on mad, considering how confident he is. He's so confident he's right. And I despise that because he's so confidently wrong. One of the things that truly annoys me is when people are so confident they're right, when they admit, he's literally admitting he hasn't researched anything. He's not engaging with the story, and he's fucking skimming, and just because he's interacted with other harem animes, suddenly he can magically fill the void in this one. And then here he is, fundamentally misunderstanding the structure, the narrative, and everything it has to fucking say about it.
But even so, there just don't seem to be that many blanks to fill to begin with. At least 90% of the story that I experienced in my random sample was just the characters going on dates for the sake of going on dates, or trying to get through an event with their friends or families without spilling the beans about the whole rental thing. Just simple episodic plots that are forgotten as soon as they're over.
It's almost like it's intentionally structured in a very traditional and comfortable episodic way that can feel easy to read in separate pieces, but all aligns perfectly with one another. And in some ways, I would argue, if you watch the anime, you actually feel this episodic structure more and that lack of connection even more. And each individual rental date serves an important purpose for the characters. For instance, let's pick out a random rental date. How about the date where Kazuya and Chizuru go on a date after Kazuya finds out that Chizuru doesn't feel she's confident in her acting and that she's a failure? Well, that rental date just so happens to be right when Kazuya tells Chizuru, hey, I want to support you, so I'm going to spend all this money on your rental dating. And what ends up happening afterwards? That's right. Chizuru suddenly breaks the status quo. Like, literally every rental date does something different, explores something meaningful and different, sets up something unique and interesting. And by the way, the rental dates literally fucking end after chapter 100. Like, what the fuck's he talking about? The rental dates literally end after chapter 100. Like, we almost have no rental dates after that fucking point. So, Johan, do you think Kazuya's eyes are going to be important in the news chapters? He seems doubtful about Chizuru's reciprocating his feelings, yet he has the same eyes he has in the romantic interactions. I'm not sure what you mean, but seeing, like, the idea of seeing something is very core to the chapters. So in that sense, the eyes are important. But I don't know... That last part where Kazuya is like doubting it, that's more of a fluctuating thing that we'll have to see how that plays out. Confidently wrong. Yeah, tell me about it. Mentions chapter 218, but leaves the movie arc unmentioned. He literally just mentioned the movie arc. In particular, he talks about the cheer update. That's kind of what he was talking about here. He's pretty much saying the cheer update was like the best part of the story, which, shocking. Everybody dick rides the cheer update. Like, it is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I love the cheer update, but the cheer update has essentially been used as it's the only good part of the story, therefore everything else sucks, and that infuriates me, and it's left a sour taste in my mouth that, like, when people talk about the cheer update, I get annoyed, but I don't hate the cheer update. He mentions the movie arc in the hottest trash of summer 2022. Oh. Ugh. What did Sankarshan, what did he say about it there? If you want, we can watch that. Just tell me what he said about it.
And do nothing to shift the status quo. To Reiji Miyajima's credit, there is at least a distinct sense of forward momentum in the minute-to-minute action of the series itself, enough to help individual chapters and episodes go down smooth. But when you pull back from even just the end of the first season to measure how far he's actually traveled as a character, it's instantly obvious that Kazuya was never really moving forward at all. Just
Tell Curry everything? Yeah, if I tell him now, there's a good chance he'll keep quiet to protect both our secrets. It probably won't have any effect on our Oni life either. No one else realized after all. That might be true, but damn it, he's not answering his phone or responding online. I'm gonna head over there to his place. Hold Ruka back so I can get it down. So I can get down. Are you serious? Are you fine with him finding out about you renting a girlfriend? I already know his secrets, so it's only fair he learns mine. I bet if we go out for a drink and talk it out, the whole rental girlfriend situation, he'll cheer up. So for Mizuhara, I have to. If you just sit there and do nothing, how are you going to face Mizuhara? So, hey Sumi. Sorry for taking so long. There was a huge queue at the toilet. Hey, you guys need something? We're gonna head back, so let's go, Sumi. You what, mate? You just showing off, are you? You cunt. You think you're at the same level as her? You're like a chalk and cheese. Fight me IRL. Sick burn. She talked. Don't worry about it. So, sorry. That person, bad things, you. Just when you finally speak to me, you don't have to apologize. Look at them all getting jealous. They'd probably laugh if they knew what we really were. Don't worry about me. I'm already used to it. Walking around with S-tier girls. I guess that's one step forward. Crap. She knows. Mom, money changed hands. I know it. Mommy looked angry too. She probably found out that we lied and came to give Mizuhara a piece of her mind, which is bad. Mizuhara shouldn't get chewed out for this. I should. Mizuhara was just dating me out of pity. If anything, she's the victim here. I have to do something for Mizuhara. This is oil. Gah. What was that, Kinoshita? Did you just throw up? I'm sorry. I don't feel so good. Kazi, are you okay? Do you have the flu? Go home. Runs after them. Where'd they go? Towards the station? They couldn't have gone far. Everything's my fault. I'm the one who lied to everyone. Mizuhara already decided to quit the rental business. Why'd this have to happen now? I'm sorry, Mizuhara. I'm sorry. There they are. Careful, careful, so they won't see me. That's enough. You've done enough. No more, Mizuhara. So, that apparently Kazuya never changed, huh? Never changed, huh? Kazuya never changed, huh? Not another hate video, please, for your own psychological health fade. Shit, the house is kind of cold. I gotta put something on. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. Had to step away. I was feeling a little chilly, and I had to turn off the air conditioning. I think it was a little too cold. Whew. Whew. Shoot. Um, Johan, do you think looks better, Kazuya or Umi? I personally think Umi is mid in terms of psychological attractiveness. Umi is more conventionally attractive. Kazuya is more attractive in different ways. He said that the movie arc is the only good arc. Dude, that's pretty much what everyone says. Who are we fucking kidding? That's what everyone fucking says. That's pretty much what all the dipshit haters say. He's literally... Doesn't it feel like he's just kind of saying the same shit everybody else has said, just verbatim? It doesn't even feel like it's fully his own opinion. Like, especially considering almost all of it is kind of fucking wrong. So it's like, it doesn't even feel like it's his own opinion. It just feels like he's parroting other people's opinions. Rereading Winter Girlfriend, Chizuru and Kazuya look so much better in the 170 plus chapters. Like visually, Kazuya has what matters, personality. That's why Umi is so pretty. He's lacking in the other area. Winter Girlfriend is hated for reasons predicted or misinterpretations and lack of awareness by individuals who lack comprehension skills. Same individuals who, for some reason, make content. I think a big part of it too is there's a weird culture in anime that's very kind of lifted higher up and kind of liked, and a part of it is that not to be smart, not to really judge stories, not to really engage with it, and basically I would argue there's been a significant drop in media literacy skills for a lot of people, just literacy skills in general. People don't know how to fucking read shit.
Bobbing up and down in front of some speed lines to create the illusion. And once you see that, it's hard not to see every other character doing the exact same thing. Especially the waifus, of course, because
you know, the fact that he calls them waifus only further insinuates this. These characters are not fucking waifus. They are literally a fucking call out to waifus. They're like, waifus are nah. These characters aren't waifus. They're like real people that are so beautiful they can be idols.
If anything people like about it ever changed at all, the manga might stop making money. And hey,
I fucking hate these kinds of arguments. I fucking hate these kinds of arguments so much. Genuinely, so fucking much. These kinds of arguments are the goddamn worst. Like, how can he say that having read the... Like, he claims to have read the more recent chapters when he says this, and things are, like, completely fucking different. He did not read this fucking story. That argument pisses me off so much. Oh, we might not make money if we do this thing. Even the stories that start out this way ultimately change. Every story changes. This story is different. Kazuya is not who he was at the start of the story. Neither is Chizuru, neither is Ruka. Not a single character is the fucking same. Not even Sumi, the character who barely interacts with us. Even Minnie has changed in this time. She's not the same fucking character. She has the same aura to her character, but she's not the same character. This is such a baffling statement to make. This feels insulting as an artist. This feels like it's tearing an artist down rather than trying to understand. This is insulting, right? Like, it feels insulting to, like, and it's like, maybe I shouldn't be insulted on behalf of Reiji, but as a fan of this manga, this feels insulting. That he talks about it like this, that he demeans it like this, that the entire nature of this video is to say something is bad and take away from it and literally present things that justify your own stances, even if these things are fucking wrong.
Hey, the series got over 200 chapters plus 2 different TV shows. You can't argue with results, but you can...
What? Is he talking about the live action? Is that what he's referring to? You mean the anime and the live action? Is that what he's referring to? Because I don't know. I'm assuming so. Kasumi doesn't have anything, so I would assume he's referring to the live action. Or maybe he's just saying there's 2 seasons. Because there was 2 seasons. He uses visuals from season 2. Maybe that's what he's referring to.
point out how the pursuit of those results resulted in a completely gridlocked story whose characters can never be anything more than exactly what the audience expects from them.
Like you motherfuckers can predict mommy. Like you motherfuckers can predict mommy. Dude, do you know how many fucking chapters I have read where people come into my comments section and place their predictions? And I go to Reddit and I read all people's predictions, like throughout the movie arc, the Paradise arc. I've read this series since before the what is it? Since before we even reached the end of the cheer update. I have been through this, and I'm gonna be fucking real with you fellas. You fuckers can't predict shit. You fuckers can't predict shit. You can predict the bare minimum. You can predict, oh, they might react like this because that is the role I have given them. Therefore, that's how they will react. And I've had a friend, like a while back during the early Paradise arc, I streamed with a friend, and he predicted certain things, right? And he was right in some fronts, right? He was right in certain things. But I'm gonna be fucking real with you, buddy. You don't predict shit. He's like predicting the surface level stuff, but he doesn't understand any of the meaning underneath it all. Rent-A-Girlfriend is not that bad. Rent-A-Girlfriend is fucking brilliant. It's not that bad. It's fucking amazing. But motherfuckers either can't read or they make shit up.
With exactly one exception, which that audience happens to hate more than anything, but let's talk about the other girlfriends first. And by first, I mean after a word from...
Nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not sitting through your fucking G Fuel nonsense.
5 cups of G Fuel, and I've still clear up front, I don't blame anyone for thinking any of these girls is best girl. From an animation appeal perspective, they're all absolutely adorable. Their voice actresses do a killer job across the board. They were all conceived and marketed as effectively the best conceivable date that a certain kind of guy could ever hope to go on. And if there's one thing that both the show and the manga are genuinely exceptional at, it's hitting you square in the face with a full, concentrated blast of moe. They really pull out every trick in the book to make these gals as button cute as possible. And it works, but therein lies the rub. A different kind of rub from the one in the end credits, because when you take away those tricks, there really isn't much left to any of them as characters. Chizuru, at least...
There isn't much left to any of them as characters. How long did I talk about Chizuru's character in the stream before the last one? How long did I talk about Mommy's character in the stream in that same stream? Dude, I could write hour-long essays on every single female character, including Sumi, and most of it would not be me regurgitating events for you, but rather breaking down the characters and how fucking interesting they are. They're not...
least presents a modicum of depth as a character through her relationship with her grandmother and aspirations as an actress. You know, when I watch her struggle and try her best, I definitely want her to succeed a lot, and she certainly has the other girls beat in terms of explicitly stated interests and skills that aren't related to boys or dating, because she has one. But the parts of her story that aren't standard rom-com or tsundere tropes are all just standard idol anime tropes with acting instead of singing and dancing, so it's not really anything you haven't seen before. And again, I've got to applaud that from a mark.
Chizuru, the character who literally struggles with the idea if even dreaming is a good thing. Her struggle between reality and being a dreamer. The fact that Chizuru is constantly so haunted by grief. She even wants to give up on her dream because she is that torn up about the loss and tragedy she has endured as a person. The character who, in my opinion, would put some of your favorite idol animes to fucking shame because she is not a traditional idol character in any way, shape, or form. Like, there are similarities, yes, but some of the shit that Reiji shows put shit like Oshinoko to shame. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Fuck out of here. I think he's saying that Kazuya hasn't changed as he thinks that Kazuya's character has only single trait, horny element, and he never loses the element of him. Maybe that's why he's saying so. No, no, no. That's not, no, 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 no. That's not what he's fucking saying. Kazuya's character doesn't change in a very traditional way. Kazuya's character doesn't change, he grows. And I think the issue is that when he sees Kazuya taking actions, he doesn't see him acting differently. That's what he's looking for. That's the issue. Usually in storytelling, what tends to happen, especially in very popular stories, is a character changes, and when they change, they literally start acting differently. That's not how humans work. People don't work like that. We don't just magically change and start acting differently. I'm telling you, go find some sort of romance anime, go find some sort of traditional anime that, is very easy to get into or something like that. When a character changes, they start acting differently. Literal traits of who they were disappear. They don't act the same anymore. This is a very common writing trope, which I would argue functions more under the idea of a line. It's literally just a line that moves forward. Where, okay, you got past a certain checkpoint, now you have to act differently. You're not the same anymore. Get past another checkpoint, you once again start acting differently. The difference between Kazuya and these kinds of characters is that Kazuya does not move in a single line. Sometimes he loops back. He takes 3 steps back. Sometimes he takes 5 steps forward. Sometimes he changes and evolves in ways that are very unpredictable and he acts completely differently. But he retains certain traits of who he is. Okay, so yes, the horny aspect is a trait that Kazuya maintains. However, if you actually pay attention to the horny aspect, it doesn't always there. For instance, for most of the movie arc, Kazuya doesn't really beat his meat at all. Right? He most of the movie arc is literally him working through it, and that would be one of the arguments people make. Oh, Kazuya didn't beat his meat in the movie arc. That's why he's a good character. Except that comes back later because now that his goal has been reached, a part of him returns because now he's not focusing on anything. A part of who he is back. That doesn't mean his character went backwards. That just means he returned to who he was, to living that ordinary life. In fact, Reishi intentionally uses the words, my life is going back to the ordinary life. And that's when the character starts changing. And then even then, you have instances where Kazuya, after the Paradise arc, he starts hating himself for feeling horny. He hates himself for beating his meat. He doesn't want to anymore. He hates that he feels this way. And slowly he learns to accept that part of himself again, that it's okay, that I'm not a bad person for this. And yet we also have other traits of Kazuya that don't disappear, such as when he glazes the ever-living shit out of Chizuru and how amazing she is. But that's also a part of Kazuya's traits as a character, and there's nothing wrong with that. In that same way, and those things are important because they reflect how analytical Kazuya is, how much he pays attention to the environment and the world around him, how Kazuya talks, how Kazuya communicates, how sometimes he can be a little awkward and silly. Those things remain. And I think when certain character traits of who you are stay, people can't look past these character traits. They only see these character traits, not the changes that I was showing you earlier. Not that Kazuya is acting a lot more responsible and caring and trying to keep the people around him safe and letting them, chase the dreams they want to chase, right? It feels like so much of this this guy probably loves Twilight. No, he's too pretentious for that. Shit, that was kind of mean. Yeah, sorry about that being the third comment about the being spare manga. Got 39k views on the girlfriend video. Spare mango got 329k views on the girlfriend video, and for his most recent video about it, he blatantly admitted that he's never even seen. Wow. Wow. His comment section, I mean, I see. Stoic from How to Train Your Dragon has a really subtle character development. Yeah, Stoic is another one. But that's a story that doesn't depict messy things in such a way. So Stoic is much more easily understandable, I would argue. That's the thing too, is like with anime and manga tend to be a lot less subtle in the things that they're showing. So when you get a subtle story like this one, people don't really look for subtlety, they look for explicit things, and that's something he does in his video as well. It's very clear he's looking for very explicit things that he himself is aware of, and so he sees them how he wants to see them. If it's tropey, it's going to play out exactly as expected, and because it looks the same to him, that's all he sees, that it looks the same. That's the problem. It's like he's looking for things he's explicitly familiar with, and because he sees these familiar things, it validates his own beliefs. It's much like people who think the series has always been bad, and then they go to chapter 218, and chapter 218 validates their viewpoint. They're like, "See, it was always bad." It's pretty similar to that. Let's see. I would like to add that modern romance mangas, while really good, just so happen to be good and give what modern audiences want and perceive as good romance without being messy or challenging. Yes. In fact, that's a big talking point of this manga. It's a big talking point of discussions of waifus and not just I like that's the thing I was saying before. He says this is like instant gratification without giving you the instant gratification. It's almost like it's not instant gratification, right? And so this manga does that. It challenges what a character that is fictional that you fall in love with is, that they do what you want them to do. They give you the feeling that like they do what you want them to do. They react how you want them to react. They make you feel good. There's been a lot of games and stuff that discusses this in some different ways. So, for instance, what's that? What's that like weird high school one they made? Where it's like it presents this stuff as this like cute thing, but then it turns demented really fast. Like forgot what it's called. It's the one that has Monica. It's the one that has Monica in it. That is a story that criticizes the idea of waifus. There was another one I played recently where it was like you're playing like this knight, and you're basically told you got to go kill the princess. You not save the princess, you got to kill the princess. And what's interesting is that the princess it becomes what you tell her to be. She has no character. She becomes literally, yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club, and the one I'm talking about, I can't remember the name of it, but basically, like, you're told to go kill this princess. It's like a visual novel, and then this one is like basically when you talk to her, when you try not to kill her, and you find out what the deal is, she tries to become, a safe good princess, but then when you try to kill her, you end up not wanting to kill her, and the game she literally turns to what you want her to be. She isn't actually a person, and these games literally tackle that idea of waifus and these kinds of stories that write these female characters who are literally written to be liked. It's very common in storytelling, especially romances, and it's very common to do that with male characters as well. I think there are characters that like Jinwoo from Solo Leveling has some character traits that are genuinely interesting. He has character writing to him here and there, but he's also presented in a way to look cool, to be liked. He is literally designed that way. The dude is constantly aura farming. That is what he fucking does. And so in that way, Jinwoo as a character borders between being a real character and being this cool badass that dudes can like latch onto and feel hype as fuck watching, right? And I think that's just kind of an important thing. Shrek is a critique of fairy tales. Yes, kind of. It's more so like making fun of fairy tales, but yes, it is also a critique of fairy tales and the usual fairy tale nonsense. This isn't so much a critique of fairy tales as it is a critique of the romance and how romance is presented specifically in the shonen demographic. In particular, how shonen manga tend to present this stuff to the younger audiences and like literally just make it shit that make you feel good and you love it. Like this is why I don't like Maureen as a character. Maureen from what is it? Dress Up Darling. This is why I don't like Maureen from Dress Up Darling, because Maureen is the perfect waifu. She is literally designed in every conceivable way to be liked. And while there are semblances of a character there, Maureen ultimately feels very bland and quite uninteresting, especially in the later portions of the series. Initially, she is kind of interesting, despite the fact that she's very clearly designed to be liked. But eventually that fades, and because of that, it really shows that Maureen kind of has nothing going for her as a character outside of the fact that she likes cosplaying. And the moment that comes back is when her and Gojo get together. And to me, it really genuinely felt like the definition of Maureen's character is her relationship to Gojo, not who she actually is. And that to me was a baffling fucking choice, considering this was written by a female author who seemingly tried to show Maureen's character and her influence on Gojo's character. And yet ultimately we end up with the fact that Gojo is the real character and Maureen is just the waifu character who falls in love, and that's kind of it. Ruka will come to the rescue to Kazuya's broken heart, I hope. I have no Jiminy Christmas what you're talking about. Funny thing is, if you do what this video did to something popular like One Piece and Solo ass cheeks, you would get flamed at best and harassed at worst. Yeah. And that's the worst part. This kind of rhetoric fuels that very harassment and bias. And I think that's really messed up that this is not called out. This is such a double standard of just like, okay, like I get you don't like something, but you don't get to talk about it like that. You don't get to make shit up. You don't get to like, call the author like a dumbass who doesn't know what he's doing, and then like just frame the story in the worst possible way. And just because other people agree with you, suddenly it's true, and there's no one contradicting you, and suddenly it's true. It's annoying. I'm not saying that horny element of Kazuya is wrong. I'm just saying that he's totally misinterpreted the character of Kazuya and judging Kazuya whether he is evolved or not on the basis of just that. That's one of the bases he's judging Kazuya's character. Yes, I would kind of flip that. I think arguably what he's doing, he's using that as his argument as to why Kazuya doesn't change by simply using that as the crux of his argument rather than the main core of it. Or I guess the crux is the core. That doesn't make any fucking sense. He's using the fact that Kazuya is horny as the tracking factor of how Kazuya doesn't change. But he uses like the idea, but he also like does things like, oh, Kazuya doesn't change because he's still shitty and he's still terrible. He has other metrics, but like these metrics aren't real because I literally contradict them and I show you how he changes. So it's not just the horny thing. It's literally just, that's not the basis for his argument. That's what it looks like it is, but that's not true. If anything, that's giving him too much credit. I feel like you're giving him too much credit, Art. Hello, no Marcelo. Also, I completely agree with what you said about the portrayal of Kazuya's progression. Just because you don't see it that way you want, it doesn't mean it's not there. Correct. The game with Monica. Shrek is a critique of fairy tales. What do you think of Nagatoro as a character? Nagatoro is a character. Nagatoro is more interesting than Maureen. Nagatoro, yeah, you fucking heard me. Nagatoro is more interesting than Maureen. At least she has a consistent character. She has a consistent character. Like, she's still like not the most amazingly interesting written character, but Nagatoro has a character. She is interesting. I liked reading that manga. I liked seeing the relationship between what is it, Paisen and Nagatoro. They were an interesting pair. It was fun to watch. Like, it wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but it was genuinely fun to watch. They are a good pair. So and they are not completely defined by the relationship by the other person. They are interesting together. and separate, right? Like they both have characters to them. Paisen has like his entire art career behind him, and he interacts with a lot of other characters. And yes, while his story is very traditional, it is ultimately somewhat interesting. There is something deeper under there that makes him interesting. It's the same with Nagatoro. Nagatoro has her martial arts. And when that is introduced a little bit later, you're actually shown from the very start that Nagatoro likes fighting. So naturally, her being in line with martial arts makes a whole lot of sense. And her like quitting and running away from martial arts also makes a lot of sense. Nagatoro isn't the greatest thing in the universe, but it is not a bad story. I don't know about overrated. I don't know how much people hype the shit out of Nagatoro considering it's over now, but it is a fun story. Nagatoro is a fun story.
Marketing perspective. What if Naru Narusagawa was an aspiring idol is the kind of kajillion-dollar idea so brilliantly obvious you wonder why no one thought of it sooner.
Did he just boil down Chizuru's character to one of the fucking Love Hina girls and just say that's who Chizuru is? There's nothing else to her character. Deep breath.
Especially since there's already so much art of Naru as an idol. But as someone who's actually seen Love Hina, values his time on this earth, and now watches rom-coms primarily for the chemistry between the leads instead of wish fulfillment, it doesn't really hold all that much appeal for me, personally. I do think I could conceivably enjoy a 30-ish chapter short manga that was just about Chizuru's acting ambitions and her and Kazuya's weird families, but in the context of this very, very not short manga, that storyline feels about as drawn out and watered down as the main plot of Detective Conan, to the point where I can't even really hold it up as a point in the series' favor. And pacing is far from this anime's only problem. To me, one of the key signs of a worthwhile rom-com, not even a good one, just competent enough.
We were measuring it as a harem earlier, and now we're measuring it as a rom-com. Why the sudden change? These two things tend to go together, but they're not the same thing. A rom-com and a harem are kind of two different things a little bit. They do tend to go together, right? But this is not a harem. Suddenly we're measuring it by the metric of a rom-com?
Enough to keep watching is its ability to make me believe in the feelings shared by the leads. If a
Okay, so he's arguing that Chizuru and Kazuya's relationship does not feel believable. Nice. Cool.
Writer can't justify through characterization alone what their love interests actually see in each other, what they'd get emotionally out of being in a relationship with that other character.
I think it's this one. I know where it is. I can find it. Let's see. Doop 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 doo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Oh, I do have it downloaded. My bad. I could have just gone there. I'm a fool. Okay. Where is it? Volume 2? Is it volume 4? I think chapter 20. No. Volume 3. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I guess she must be tired. She mentioned self-defense. Maybe she's been through a lot. Mizuhara. She's so young and has that tiny little body, but she's working so hard. All by herself in the middle of Tokyo. She's a million times more grown up than I am. She's so strong and kind, and she's always right. I want to get to know the real Mizuhara. Hey, do we really need to say we broke up? I mean, I know I'm total trash. I'm a terrible client. To you, I must have like no redeeming features. I'm just a pain in the neck. But it's kind of weird. It's like when I'm with you, I feel like I can change. Like I can maybe I can mature kind of. On the ferry, it's like I don't even feel like me. I know we're lying to our grandmothers. I really do feel bad for entangling you in this. I'm ready to give her the news tomorrow. But if I could, I want to rent you. I want just to borrow a little of who you are. All right. All right. I'll let you rent me a little more. So, what does Kazuya see in Chizuru? She shows him a part of himself he does not recognize. She shows him that he could be different. He can change. He can be a better person. What does Kazuya show Chizuru? Well, for much of the early parts of the story, in particular in season one, which he's mostly basing it off of season one, it's not explicitly shown what Chizuru sees in Kazuya. But the thing that is made clear later into the story, what Chizuru sees in Kazuya is this. Let me pull it up for you. So Chizuru doesn't immediately see what's no. Chizuru knows immediately what she likes about Kazuya. It's just not made explicitly clear until I believe chapter 50. No, chapter 51 or 52. Let me see 52. 53. Okay, 53. This is just a little after the anime ends. You're the one talking nonsense. No way we're the same. You work your ass off every day, living in some rundown shithole of an apartment, juggling university and acting school at the same time, working as a rental girlfriend just to make ends meet. What, you think you need to be more grounded? You'd have to be 6 feet under. And what's with that talentless garbage? You've been the perfect girlfriend to me and my grandma. How could you do that without any talent? Yeah, I'm no drama expert, but I can tell a good actor from a bad one, and you're the best. I know, I'm a loser, but even a loser can work a job, and if renting you means that you can pursue that dream, then that's what I'll do. I'll work as much as I have to, so you chase that dream. What Kazuya actually says here, this is the fan translations, what Kazuya actually says here is don't give up. This is the crux of what Chizuru likes about Kazuya, and this is the crux of their relationship. Throughout the very early parts of the series, Kazuya won't give up on Mami. No matter how hurt he is, how bad things are going, he's not giving up on Mami, right? And Chizuru points that out in chapter 49. In chapter 49, that's what Chizuru is fighting Mami for. Where is it? Maybe it starts at chapter 48. Kazuya-san told me that he swore to himself that he'd make you happy. You're someone, what do you think of him? You're someone he can't easily forget. I think that even now, you're still dear to Kazuya. He won't give up on you. This element of Kazuya's character that he does not give up. Chizuru sees this, but never explicitly says it. What about you, huh? What do you think about Kazuya-san? Like it's been a year. You've been acting as his girlfriend for a while. Does your company know? I wonder if rental girlfriends can fall in love with their clients. Is that even possible, friends? Kazuya-san is my boyfriend. Oh, what a convenient excuse. That's enough, Mizuhara. Wait, please wait. We're not done talking. Chizuru, by her fundamental nature, is a very secretive character. Her character arc isn't inherently spelled out for you, especially until much later into the narrative. So naturally, you don't fully understand the nature of why she loves Kazuya. She doesn't spell it out, but you can feel their chemistry, their connection. They clearly work well off of each other, and it becomes more and more natural as the story continues. But what Chizuru loves about Kazuya is this. Please think about it. Think about Kazuya. When you work this job, you learn a few things. You learn how precious another's love is. You learn how hard it actually is to really be in love with someone. Have you ever seriously faced Kazuya-san's feelings? Have you ever tried to honestly accept another's affection? Have you ever thought, hey, maybe this is the one who will make me happy my whole life? Chizuru sees that Kazuya would never give up and he would always commit himself to someone. And that is interesting considering how Kazuya is like backs off from his confessions from Chizuru, even though he keeps doing them, right? Kazuya keeps confessing, and then occasionally, like this is actually the only time Kazuya backs off from his confession, right? But he says like other indirect confessions that are so clearly a fucking confession. And Chizuru does the same thing as Kazuya in reverse. She starts to be like, oh, maybe that's not what he actually meant because we're rental and client, right? And that shit, you know. Why is Mizuhara apologizing to me? Chizuru apologizes again, and Kazuya can't take it, right? Like he literally explains everything he loves about her here, like who she is, how kind she is. He loves her figure, he loves her smile, he loves everything about her, and he says, "I want you." So what Kazuya loves about Chizuru is how she helps him feel like he can be a better version of himself because she keeps fighting, because, wait for it, she doesn't give up. Kazuya, who keeps fighting for this dream for his grandmother, for himself, to get this girlfriend, to as silly as that might sound to some people, and he doesn't give up on this relationship, on this affection, on this feeling, on this desire, on this love, is pushing Chizuru forward to feel like she can do the same, right? And that's what she loves about him. The thing they love about each other is how they don't give up, how the other person makes them feel like they can be a better person, how the other person challenges them to be a better person. And Kazuya's is told to you explicitly, while Chizuru is mostly told to you implicitly until much later into the story. And Chizuru eventually ultimately says it straight up out loud, right? Where is it? Okarishimasu. It's the birthday arc. I believe it's chapter. Is it 269 or 268? I was gonna pull a nice, but let's see. I think it's 268. Been there to cheer me up. This person is always on my mind. At the very least, someone hasn't given up yet. Kazuya not giving up has helped Chizuru to not give up either. And how is this thematically portrayed to you? In chapter 270, after she spends time with them and gets to relax and be around them, she literally turns the light on brighter in her room. I think I'll leave the light on. She feels like she can live again. She can be alive again because of the people around her not giving up on her. In particular, Kazuya not giving up on her. In particular, Kazuya never giving up. So to say that there is no chemistry between these characters, that there is nothing there, is a baffling thing to say. Even at the early parts where Chizuru's feelings and love for Kazuya is not explicitly told to us, okay? It's just a very baffling thing to say. And I don't understand. Would it be safe to view Chizuru's plea to Mami as her projecting her feelings about Kazuya? To some degree. Not completely. What Chizuru is doing in that scene is like she sees him for him. She sees how good of a guy he is. But she's also doing this to help him get a girlfriend, to fight for his feelings. The reason that scene is so effective is because Chizuru is fighting for Kazuya's feelings, for how good of a person. She sees how earnest and how hard he's trying, and how much love Kazuya has to give. Chizuru sees that, and she doesn't realize it in that moment, but she is telling Mami that because she loves that part of him, whether she fully realizes that or not. And she doesn't know that that's the affection he feels for her, right? She doesn't feel like she's the target of that affection, but she sees how much love Kazuya has to give, how kind he is, how caring, how loyal he is. And she wants Mami to see that. And that's what she's saying here. But she doesn't think she's the target of his love. And in some ways, she just wants him to be happy. That's the point. She just wants him to be happy. There's layers to Chizuru's thing. She's not just completely projecting. There's layers to how Chizuru is acting in this scene. And it tells us a lot about her character. Um, I don't know if I want to keep going with this right now. Um, but let's see how I feel.
Said writer probably shouldn't be doing romance, and if they insist on.
So now he has insulted not just Reiji by saying that he should not be doing romance without directly saying Reiji should not be doing romance. He just said this said writer. He's insulted every romance writer who's ever been inspired by Reiji and has done these things. There are so many writers and other artists who respect and love Reiji's works and have been inspired by him. And in him saying that, he has now insulted them too. What the shit, dude?
On making things about cute girls, I would suggest sticking to slice of life club shenanigans. On that note, I think it's.
What is this? You're a fucking content creator, YouTuber, making shit talking about someone, and he's out here selling 13.5 million copies. Pretty sure he knows a little more. Just saying. Just saying. Like, yeah, maybe that's not a completely fair argument because there are, like, you can see stories that aren't good, technically speaking, and yet they sell very well, right? That's technically not a fantastic argument. And yet, the clear influence Reiji has on the industry, on the people around him, on the artists that follow him, I would argue Reiji writes a pretty good fucking story. And if you can't see that and you cannot see his influence on the industry and the people he's around, that's not his fault. And you don't get to fucking say that to him. Like, you can say it. It doesn't make it true. And it just feels like he's talking from like a high horse, which feels even more insulting. Like, why am I insulted? I hate being insulted on behalf of someone else, but it just feels very rude. What he's saying feels very rude. Chizuru's problem is that she's really needy, as Sayuri said. She doesn't have the courage to allow herself to be truly loved because in her head, love is a lie in her real life. No. Marcelo, what you just described is mommy. What you just described is mommy. Mommy thinks love is a fucking lie. Chizuru doesn't. Did we just read the same thing? Chizuru was literally fighting mommy on what love is. What is this fucking frame of Kazuya? It is hilarious. Faye, this is light work when it comes to Reiji slander. It's just sad and annoying. I see.
Speaks volumes about Rent-a-Girlfriend that the series has Kazuya save two different girls from falling to their death off a high-up thing in the space of 4 episodes as the explicit inciting incident of those girls catching feelings for him.
Nope. While Chizuru feels emotions, there's a thing the anime intentionally skipped. Which we're going to pull up now, which is quite convenient, mind you. But no, Chizuru felt her heartbeat in that moment because she kissed Kazuya, not because she caught feelings. Ruka caught feelings because Ruka got swayed by her emotions and what Kazuya made her feel. Chizuru did not fall in love with Kazuya in this scene. She fell, and Kazuya rescued her. He didn't give up. And he looked heroic, and that was hot. But that's not when Chizuru, like, fell in love with Kazuya. I would argue, like, Chizuru liked Kazuya for a decent portion, and when her love truly blossomed was, like, I would argue after chapter 50 is, like, when it really started blossoming, because Kazuya started becoming a total fucking badass. And then you see the movie arc, and he becomes an even more badass. So, no, this isn't when Chizuru fell in love with Kazuya.
He's such an unbelievable fucking goober that is the only way a girl liking him is even remotely plausible.
Pretty convenient he doesn't mention Mami or Sumi. Just saying. I mean, while he rescues Sumi from that, Sumi likes him because Kazuya is actually very mature and acts very mature. And yes, while he does pull a heroic moment with Sumi, that's not the reason Sumi likes him. Sumi likes him because he does this. Where is it? Let me. Where is it? Where did I put these fucking chapters? Oh, jeez. Okay, there we go. Ah, damn it. I'm just overcomplicating it for myself. What the Jiminy Christmas is going on? Kanojo Okrishimasu. Okay. We're going to go to the Sumi chapters. So, pretty convenient, he does not mention Sumi. So, what does Kazuya do for Sumi that helps her? You don't have to be nervous around me, so just imagine you're talking to a brick wall and take it easy. Okay. Step 1. Then in chapter 42, he does save Sumi, and Sumi starts liking him, but she doesn't fall in love with him. Where does Sumi start liking Kazuya? So they do this. She's trying to be tough and do all her usual nonsense. And they have this. And Sumi messes up bad to the point where Kazuya kind of kicks her out. He's like, just go. It's okay. I got this. Just get out. And they leave. And then we get to chapter 43. Or no, we're in chapter 43 right now. So chapter 44. Sumi's about to leave. Oh, it's fine. I don't think you need to get so flustered, huh? You aren't really talkative, but I could feel that you were trying your best to let me enjoy myself. It was painfully obvious to see. I'm not sure if you're just shy, but there's no way a gentle girl like you could be unsuited to being a rental girlfriend. See you. Kazuya-san, see you again. And she runs off. That's why Sumi likes Kazuya. Not because he saved her and he looked like a badass, but she did kind of like that moment, right? No, Sumi likes Kazuya because he saw her for her. Each character likes different parts of Kazuya in different ways. Sumi likes the part of Kazuya that Chizuru gave to him, because this arc happens right after the little Umi arc, right? And it's literally an arc about Chizuru seeing Kazuya. Whereas Ruka is infatuated with Kazuya. So Kazuya sees Sumi, and that's why Sumi likes him. He looks past the exterior and sees the interior, that Sumi is not unfit for this, that she is a good person, and that she is clearly suited for this job if she really wants to be. Why does Mami obsess with Kazuya? Mami doesn't just magically in love with Kazuya. So he is clearly oversimplifying the reason Chizuru likes Kazuya. He's just changing shit up. It doesn't make sense. Okay, you paused on the perfect time. Kazuya's face is priceless. Is it? Oh, you meant earlier. It's almost like the scene with Ruka has more depth than just a guy, Davy's girl, from high up than they love. I think Chizuru fell in love with Kazuya when he urged her not to give up on her acting career. That's when it really started kind of kicking in. That's when Chizuru is like, I want to bring him more into my life. I want to connect with him more. And then the movie arc is where it took root. Sayuri literally tells her, this is when love takes root, is when you can talk and laugh about him like that, right? That Kazuya is silly and goofy and cute. And that he fights really hard and makes mistakes, but everything still works out. The fact that he does not give up. It's almost like there's a reason why scenes happen and shouldn't be written off because it's 100% original.
Chizuru's case, that initial spark is just the start of a very, very, very slow burn romance. But in Ruka Sarashina's case, one dose of suspension bridge effect plus one accidental boob grab.
It wasn't the boob. What?
Is all it takes for her to quit her job as a rental and commit herself full-time.
Is he just casually ignoring the fact that Ruka literally got into rental to find love, whereas Chizuru is doing the job because she needs money? It's almost like Ruka isn't in it for the same reasons at all. and that, Ruka defines herself by the dude around her. And, the scene he happens to be showing is a direct reference to Evangelion, where a younger character tries to have physical relations with an older character because they think they're an adult already, when in reality they're young and stupid and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. We're really getting burned by watching this video, not the stream. Oh yeah, no, I'm getting tired, dude. I'm getting tired of listening to this. It's I have so much more fun talking about the manga, but I'm getting tired of listening to this. And we're going so slow. Oh, we're going so fucking slow. I hate how slow we're going. We're going so goddamn slow. Oh my god, we've been at this for nearly 4 hours for a 35-minute video. Why? Why? Damn it. Damn it. This blows. Bro, this blows.
Time to stalking our hero. Protagonist. Guy who the story happens to, applying to work at his job, and even blackmailing him into being her boyfriend, which would normally be everything Kazuya ever wanted, but
Kazuya is so frustrated by Ruka, he fucking loses it at the early parts and then is surprised when there's like an actual normal person behind that.
But one of his best friends paid Ruka for a couple dates, so that would be a violation of the bro code and kind of awkward, except, no it wouldn't. They didn't date. That just doesn't make any sense.
No, okay, so when Curry interacted with Kazuya, he was clearly very hurt about it. When Kazuya found out and he ran off, Kazuya is looking at it from the perspective of how he feels around Chizuru. If Curry, suddenly started dating Chizuru and Kazuya had feelings for Chizuru, it would hurt his feelings a lot. It is in some ways against the bro code. He doesn't feel it's right. Kazuya is also somewhat doing this, not just for the bro code, but he just doesn't feel it's right that like he went on this date with this girl and Curry doesn't know that this girl wants to date him now. And he just doesn't it just doesn't feel right to him. And it speaks to Kazuya's moral code that he wants to put his friend first. At the same time, he wants to tell Curry, not just because of the whole Ruka situation, but also because so he can, put that in the open and Ruka can't use that as fucking blackmail. So there's another part of that. There's layers to it. Like he's kind of oversimplifying it. And it's very clear Curry liked Ruka to some degree. Like whether Ruka was dating him as a client or not is completely separate, because it's like Kazuya literally says it, like there's still feelings there, even if you're rental dating, maybe there's still some feelings there. It doesn't feel quite right? So there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. What just happened? We're getting just be glad the stream exists. Because of that, we have a weapon to stand up to the haters. To add more stakes, can we do a shot every time he insults? No, I don't drink, dude. I'm not a drinker. I don't like drinking very much. I do it occasionally, but I drink occasionally, but I don't even have alcohol at home. I think I have just wine, and it's not even for me. My mom just likes to drink wine. Oh my God, you guys would. Oh my God, any guy would be with Ruka. A lot of people would like Ruka. What kind of drinking game is this? Marcelo, not Kazuya, because say with me, folks, he does not love Ruka and won't take advantage of her feelings, right? He completely ignores that too. Like Kazuya does not want to take advantage of Ruka's feelings. It's almost like he's actually faithful to Chizuru, and when he says he loves Chizuru, he actually means it. Gasp. And Kazuya doesn't feel it's fair to keep his secret when Curry was revealed. Yeah, that's the other thing. Kazuya is trying to reveal it to Curry because he doesn't feel it's fair that Curry gets outed like that and Kazuya doesn't. Again, there's more to this. He's again oversimplifying it.
But also there's another reason, which is just coincidentally, the other night, he happened to realize, while attempting to jerk it to his ex, that actually he's in love with Chizuru now. And he can't just throw away everything he has with the girl who's told him multiple times to his face by now that their relationship is strictly professional and...
It's funny he says that because they meet outside of the rental. They don't have a traditionally, the existence of Ruka's character is literally to point out how their relationship is not strictly professional. They literally broke every rule under the fucking book. Their relationship is not strictly professional. Them going to see her when she walked into his home in chapter 3, she broke the fucking rules. And Kazuya knows this, so he paid her for that. They're not strictly professional. Chizuru says this particular scene that he's referencing, Kazuya at the time said something idiotic. And he's like, I don't want to hurt your feelings because I want to get back with mommy. So Chizuru gets annoyed that he said that, and she yells at him, we're strictly professional. Why the fuck are you saying that stupid shit? And Kazuya remembers this and holds it against himself for being such a dipshit at this time because he was a depressed idiot who wouldn't think of what he was saying. Again, this is kind of the last time Kazuya is an ass around Chizuru and starts becoming more aware of her and being more sensitive to her feelings. Chizuru's just angry here, but she still plays the role. She still sees him. Their relationship is not strictly professional.
Nothing will ever happen between them for some easy floozy who only even wants him because she's convinced herself that he's her first and only ever one true love. Now, you might be wondering how a girl that beautiful could get such a silly idea in her head about a guy this Kazuya, but you know what? You're gonna feel silly in a sec for even calling it silly, because actually, Ruka has the most tragic backstory ever. They made a whole special sad ending credit sequence about it. That's how tragic this backstory is. Honestly, I don't know if you're even prepared to carry all this.
Why is it so obnoxious? Why does he frame it in such an obnoxious way? This is why I fucking hate videos, dude. This is why I hate videos.
Wait, but I've given you all the warning I can now, so I'm just gonna drop it on you. Ruka has a heart condition that made it real hard for her to make friends in school because her teachers were always giving her special treatment. More specifically, her heartbeat is unusually slow, so she's never once felt it truly race without passing out shortly thereafter. Thus, the sole reason that she became a rental girlfriend in the first place was to find herself a man who could bring that BPM up just by holding her hand.
It's almost like most high school people, she misinterpreted what she actually wanted. She misinterpreted love as this thing that will validate her feelings. And yet, even despite all that, Reiji still treats Ruka with some modicum of respect because she still feels kind of it's still shitty to feel like you're isolated from the people around you. The theme of loneliness and not being fucking understood comes fucking back again. It's almost like Ruka feels isolated and disconnected from the people around her, and she's trying to belong, and the way she feels like she can belong is through this thing that she has idolized through the other characters around her who are also in high school who constantly say that this thing makes her heart beat. And then, like a self-fulfilling prophecy, that comes true. And as the story continues, Ruka slowly begins to learn what actual love is. It's almost like Ruka is a juvenile character who does not understand what love is and what being an adult is. Oh, hello, cat. Cat's walking over here. It's almost like That's the very nature of Ruka's story. That she is a high schooler who has a trauma she doesn't know how to deal with, and the way she can feel validated as a person is through validating herself through someone else, essentially. Ruka's theme in the anime is literally called "She is the me I want to be." Because Chizuru is who she wants to be. She wants to be someone else so she can feel like she belongs. How many people have gone through this where they feel like they need to be something else, someone else, so they belong? And over this time, Ruka eventually actually falls in love with Kazuya. In the time, Ruka eventually actually starts falling in love with Kazuya. She doesn't actually love him initially. It's not love. It's literally she's in love with an idea, not actually him, right? Like she doesn't actually see Kazuya. She doesn't actually connect with Kazuya. She just plays a role, right? She doesn't understand how he feels, what he wants. She doesn't actually connect to him as a person. That's the fucking point. That's the point of why when she has that confrontation with Kazuya's family, when they go to the shrines, guess fucking what? She realizes, I can't force this. I need to take my time. And eventually she does actually start to fall in love with Kazuya, but certain things happen that lead to the conflict of Ruka's character. In particular, when Kazuya was trying to move on from Chizuru because he's trying to let Chizuru go, he's trying to let her move on, he tries to reach out to Ruka and make that love with her a reality. He's like, okay, fine, I'll actually try now. And the moment he tries that, Chizuru shows up, and that thing is like telling him, no, you can't settle. You're not content with settling. Stop fucking lying to yourself. Damn, cat's knocking shit over. And so because Kazuya, and so when that shows up, the unfortunate thing that happens with Ruka is that Ruka heard half of a confession, expected something, and now she doesn't really want to go slow anymore, right? Now Ruka has these expectations, and Kazuya left her hanging, and she felt like something real was there, and that's how Kazuya somewhat made a mistake with Ruka. When Mami shows up, that ultimately starts inciting her even more, and basically constant inciting incidents keep adding up as Ruka falls more in love with Kazuya, until we reach the home visit, when she visits Kazuya's home with him on his birthday. And that's when things really escalate, where Ruka really kind of loses herself in that antagonistic role. But Kazuya tries his best to not let her be the victim of the antagonistic role. And ultimately, as we reach the Paradise arc and the movie arc, that's when really Ruka kind of transforms. But that's when her character truly becomes challenged. Okay, who do you want to be? And that's where Ruka ultimately starts doubling down a little bit on, I want this love, I want this love, I want this love, I want this love, until eventually she's told she's allowed to feel love, to feel loved and to belong without needing Kazuya, right? She doesn't need him. And that's when her love for him really shined, because she starts to love him by letting him go. In that moment, Ruka kind of let him go. She's like, you know what? If I truly love him, I need to let him go, right? I need to just side with him and help him, not just let Mami destroy everything so I get what I want. And that was the point of Mami's confrontation with Ruka at the pool. Mami was essentially telling her, if you do my plan, you get what you want. And Mami is right. Ruka would get what she wants. Except she would lose everything else in return. Everything she'd built, the very connection, the very nature of it. She would actually not get what she wants, and everything would be ruined for her. She would actually feel even more isolated, and she knew that. And that's where Ruka finally decides, that's not who I'm going to be. Now, naturally, she doesn't magically change as a character. She's still clingy to Kazuya, right? She still wants him. She still wants to be around him, but that's when her change begins. And so I pretty much just laid out Ruka's character arc for you. And he's only seeing the beginning of it. And literally boiling it down to Ruka is in love with Kazuya, that's it. And she fell in love because of that. Even though you're constantly showing contradictions that Ruka is not actually in love with him at the start, she is infatuated. She is infatuated with an idea. In fact, let's pull up chapter 184, because that's when Ruka's infatuation gets out of fucking hand. It's either 184 or 185. Let me double check. 184? Damn, I was off. It's 185. Hell yeah. This is when Ruka's infatuation truly gets out of hand. Look at this. She's like obsessed. It's like she's begging for love. That's literally what it looks like. And it's just Kazuya all over the background. Just thinking about you makes my heart flutter. That's all I want. Just the love. It's like she's lost in love. She is obsessed with this love. This is when Ruka loses herself in the infatuation, right? But that's also when Ruka finally gets challenged. And it's almost like Ruka has a reason for doing things that makes sense and is backed up by the text and gets ignored because you don't have any education that goes beyond the third grade, just a theory. Oh my God. A little brutal, but I feel like he's intentionally ignoring the text rather than the fact that he's, not smart.
Which wouldn't make her pass out, of course, because, as we all know, organs can tell whether or not the stimuli that would normally cause them to malfunction is a result of emotions rather than physical activity. That's how...
It's almost like Ruka has fundamentally misunderstood the issue with her character, and that it's not actually an issue and something she's literally just misinterpreted about her upbringing. Almost. Just maybe, just a possibility.
The suspension bridge effect where, giving the main character a stalker isn't the worst idea for a harem anime plotline. Devil-worshipping billionaire heiress Lisa Fukuyama is one of the funniest parts of the funniest harem anime, Girls Bravo, after all. But even if you're going for a less comedic angle, which I assume is what Rent-a-Girlfriend is doing, because watching Kazuya gaslight his family into thinking Ruka's a pathological liar to cover for his pathological lying isn't exactly what I'd call...
The dude is put in a fucking shitty-ass situation because Ruka wants to literally ruin this thing that he'd established for like a good year now. Not because he's pathologically lying, but because he's trying to keep them happy. And they're content with this. And Chizuru's okay with it too. And then Ruka just tries to upend that, so naturally Kazuya acts out of desperation. Now, is what Kazuya doing with his family right? No, it's morally gray. That's why it's fundamental nature. But he's not being a pathological liar. He's being placed in a situation where he has to lie, not because he's pathologically lying. And he just lies to his family just to resolve this issue. But even then, that's not how Ruka's viewed later on.
Funny, there is definitely potential serious narrative value in showing an awkward, lovesick character like this what unwanted romantic attention feels like. Or there would be if said character was capable of learning even a single lesson, but this is Kazuya, the anti-pool boy Kanoshita we're talking about here, so...
Was that like an indirect reference to chapter 218, the anti-pool? Yeah.
So the way he chooses to deal with the stress and discomfort of being stalked by someone he doesn't like is by secretly following Chizuru all day while she's on a Christmas Eve date with another guy. And, of course, her only response to that is...
She wasn't on a date. It was... So I've talked about this chapter in detail. It's one of the most important chapters in the series because it's when Kazuya really... To me, this is the last big time Kazuya fucks up, but not because he's being an asshole here, but because his insecurities really got the best of him when he really wanted to change. This is when Kazuya really wanted to change, and his insecurities got the best of him as in part a byproduct of Chizuru's actions. We talked about this in an earlier stream. I don't remember. I think it's like 3 streams ago. I would have to find it, but we literally talked about this and how it's this entire nature of the scene is completely misunderstood, and he doesn't get it. I know he doesn't.
It's to be all like, hey, man, stalking, that's no good. Don't do that, please. To me, at least, if not other girls, if you can help it, you know? And then she hands him a Christmas present early, almost like a reward for what he did. Seriously.
What did we say when we were talking about this chapter? Literally every person, let's get a curse, every person loves to interpret the scene as Kazuya being rewarded. When he is not being rewarded, he is being seen. He is being seen as a person and not for his mistakes. And this one action changes Kazuya so fucking significantly that after this, he never pulls shit like this ever again. And in fact, becomes such a fucking loyal Chad. He makes a goddamn movie. He makes a goddamn movie out of scratch and fights tooth and nail, begs on the goddamn ground for this girl because she saw him like no other person did. She respected him. She saw him at his goddamn lowest and said, even then, you deserve love. Even then, you are still not a bad person. You are not your mistakes, and I had a part to play in this. He completely ignored the fact that Chizuru, in part, while she did not make Kazuya do this, her actions in that time, despite the fact that they're supposed to be working together, caused this in some fashion. She made Kazuya feel insecure because she pushes him to date Ruka, disappears for a month, something the anime just casually cuts out, and then leaves Kazuya to deal with Ruka and continues to watch from afar. She goes on this date to give Kazuya this present specifically to say sorry for what she did. And then when Kazuya makes the action, she still believes this is in part her fault. She looks past the immediate action and what's behind that. She empathizes with him and sees him. And because of that, Kazuya literally says, my world is starting to feel less like my world is starting to have color. I'm starting to have color in my world because of her. A scumbag, an idiot, and helpless as I am, thanks to Mizuhara, my life is getting better bit by bit. He specifically says there's like more color in the world around him, and especially like I've mentioned this before. Look at this. The scene is surrounded by people. It's glowing. It's enchanting. You see all these people celebrating the literal holiday of giving, and out of every single person there, she sees him. Out of everybody there, she sees him. Not his mistakes, not what he just did, but who he is. That he is not the choice he made that night. That he is someone else and he can still continue to change and grow. And upon Kazuya getting this gift, and Chizuru saying, it's an apology for leaving you to deal with Ruka on your own, to protect our secret as well. It's not a present, okay? It's just an apology. And he breaks down into tears. How hurt does Kazuya have to be to break down into tears because he got a Christmas gift from a girl? How hurt and alone and unseen did Kazuya have to feel to break into tears because someone gave him a gift? Listen to this. He believes he's a scumbag, an idiot, and helpless. He doesn't view himself as worthy in any way, shape, or form. And maybe some people might believe that in this scene. Heck, he believes it. And yet Chizuru still thinks he is. Now, to some people, this would raise Chizuru as a saint. However, Chizuru is still a human being, and again, a part of this is something he did. And in the end, the chapter literally ends with him, nah, dude, you fucked up. You don't get to come here. So she still, calls out his actions. He still gets some punishment for his actions. But the core of this is not about punishing him. It is about seeing him. It is about understanding him. It's not about punishing him. But you still fucked up, so you still get punished for it, right? And I think that just, I don't know, like yeah. If Chizuru has no right to claim herself as a girlfriend by rental, Ruka neither has the right because she is only a trial too. Yeah. It's almost like you hear me out. Chizuru is seeing Kazuya for who he is and not for his worst mistake. But hey, That's just a theory. Rental girlfriend theory.
Serious question. Do you think maybe her brain was damaged a little when she fell off that boat? It would explain, her having feelings for Kazuya at all, but also a lot of the weird decisions she makes. Like, a couple episodes after this, she somehow comes to the conclusion that the best possible guy to help her shy coworker who's nervous around guys and people in general come out of her shell is the guy who's constantly inventing excuses to violate the terms of service.
Okay, what's there even talk about at this point? Like, he's literally conveniently changing the pieces of the narrative to fit what he wants it to be. What's there even to talk about anymore? I've just been it feels like I'm looping. Every time I correct him, he twists the knot back.
And her boundaries to the point that he literally stalked her like a month ago. The shy girl in question, Sumi Sakurasawa, doesn't really get enough screen time in season 1 for me to say much about her, but I will at least say that I like what I've seen of her. The concept
Oh look, the most inoffensive character. Shocking, he likes her.
of a character using their rental girlfriend gig as a way to overcome social anxiety is probably the single most interesting thing the series does with its core concept, honestly. And just as a quick aside on that note, it is so hugely disappointing that the whole rental girlfriend idea never really gets explored as anything more than the big thing the main characters keep secret so the plot can keep happening. Like,
He must have only watched season 1. There's no fucking way. Right? It doesn't get explored for anything other. They don't explore the rental concept in any way, shape, or form. Nope. It's not like rental is,
you would think that a story where 3 out of the 5 main characters are PG-13 sex workers would.
Wow. He went and said it. Wow. Way to fucking insult sex workers and rental at the same time. Wow. Okay. Okay. So in the way that he phrases it, it's very clear that he understands absolutely fucking nothing about rental, and what he wants out of this is to explore the sexual element rather than, there's actually stuff in season 1 that talks about this without being extremely explicit, right? There's actually quite a lot, but let me pull up one that just came to mind. It's like chapter 18 or 17. Chapter 18. Okay. Oh, look. It's almost like, oh, wait. It's almost like Kazuya's sexual desires are almost perfectly in line with a job about, wait for it, making you fall in love. Okay. Chizuru goes to the bath. We're going to try to avoid that so I don't get fucking demonetized. Come on now, sit here and wash you. Nagomi gets very touchy-feely with Chizuru. It's very uncomfortable. This trip is also somewhat bittersweet. Today marks the anniversary of my husband's passing. Oh, worry not. That was many years ago. It's true that the day is often a mournful one, but this year I was able to bathe with you and I managed to escape the hospital, making many friends along the way. Thanks to you, today turned out to be a wonderful day. What would you do? What if I were lying? What if I'm not the person you think I am? You lying? That's simply a part of being human. Even if you were an alien, I would still love you. Now, process that for a second. Chizuru, the rental girlfriend, bathing with the grandmother, the head of the home, is implying to her that she is lying, as if she is unclean, as she is literally being cleaned by her. Now, apply the fact that Chizuru's job is often stigmatized as sex work and is often viewed that way, even though it has no direct correlation with sex work. But the stigma is still there due to when you hear the stigma of the words rent a girlfriend. Okay, so what does this imply? Sex workers having sex often would be implied as unclean, as they are not pure. Okay, so Chizuru saying these words and Nagomi reacting as she does here, even if you were an alien, I would still love you. No matter how unpure you are, I would still like you. There's an inherent misunderstanding in this scene happening here, but the implication that even if Chizuru did that, Nagomi would still care for her, and yet when Nagomi finds out about Chizuru's job, she treats it with that same stigma is... like, the fact that he says, this is not discussed at all, is baffling to me. Like, bro, just because it's not explicit, it doesn't mean it ain't there, right? The rental girlfriend thing is not even talked about considering they're PG sex. Shut the hell up. Marcelia, I don't think you understand the series. I still suspect that Chizuru has some ridiculous... okay. He thought I'd like the Ashito Kono series, which is manga is about host culture. He thought it'd be like the host Ashito Kono series. Yeah, it's not like hosting.
Would have something meaningful to say about sex work at all, but as soon as Chizuru reveals that Kazuya was the first guy to ever say something mean about her on the internet because he didn't really understand the full boundaries of their relationship, it becomes pretty obvious.
The fuck? The fuck is he talking about? The fuck? Is he just casually ignoring the confrontation that Mami and Chizuru has? Is he just casually ignoring how seemingly prepared Chizuru is for that kind of shit? Okay, first off, Chizuru never says that. Chizuru never says that. Chizuru never says he's the first guy to ever say anything mean to her. Chizuru says he's the first guy who ever fucking accosted her in the middle of a goddamn aquarium. Okay? Not that he's the first guy who ever said... What the fuck is he talking... What fucking shit is he high on? I would like to know. Someone share. Because, excuse me? The fuck is he talking about? What in the Jiminy fuck is he...
Obvious that the author has never talked to a single person who actually does the job that his...
So, since he's making the fuck... Since he's not researching and making shit the fuck up, Reiji openly said the first thing he did is rent a girlfriend. Not once, not twice, 3 fucking times. She follows the manga and says it is one of the most accurate manga ever. Casually, shut the fuck up. Casually, shut the fuck up. Dude is just making shit up. In fact, he has rented multiple different girlfriends to ask for their experiences, how they feel. Dude casually made shit the fuck up. He's straight up lying now.
His manga is about. I can't read his mind, but I suspect that his only interest in that job is as a marginally realistic plot device that justifies drawing Kazuya on lots of dates with lots of cute girls without actually needing to earn those moments through character or story progression. Anyway, to bring it back to Sumi, with her mix of quiet timidity and intense determination to overcome that timidity, she
Look, it's almost 10 p.m. where I am. I got 5 more minutes in me, and we're just gonna fucking end this. I'm getting tired of this shit.
Certainly evokes powerful feelings of what we in the anime business call gap moe. She's just an innately endearing character who I can see easily claiming Chizuru's best girl crown by the time season 2 is done, but I don't know how much she's really going to add to the story beyond filling that shy girl gap in the harem lineup. Sumi does help move the plot forward in season 1, but
so
only really
animated.
by accident when Kazuya's ex just happens to spot them out on their date and finally puts 2 and 2 together about his whole big secret with Chizuru. Mami Nanami is one of the single most hated
Mami Nanami? Mami Nanami. God, you can't even pronounce anything well.
female characters in the entire anime canon. Not only does she brutally dump Kazuya, block him on all her socials, and immediately bounce on over to a new boy's dick before the opening credits
That never happened, by the way.
are even done rolling, she paradoxically refuses to let him go in the pettiest and most personal way possible. See, when she sees him with Chizuru, Mami is so
Why is he suddenly mispronouncing Chizuru? He pronounced it fine earlier. Why is he like flubbing over his words now?
incensed by the idea that a loser she dumped could somehow score a slam dunk on the rebound while she
See, the most interesting thing about Mommy is that's how it's initially presented to you. It's initially presented to you as Mommy's just doing this because he's a loser. And he's going to see that contradiction shortly. He sees the contradiction. And yet he refuses to acknowledge that there's a like he refuses to acknowledge that there's actually good writing there. He sees it.
she's busy doing himbo layups that she vows on the spot to break him and Chizuru up by any means necessary. More specifically, by cruelly leading him on into thinking he has another shot with her, even though she's not really interested at all. But then after he already confirms that he and Chizuru are breaking up, Mami still invites him up to the hotel pool after hours, so obviously there's something there and she's just way too fucked up to admit it, which is heavily implied through all the angry tweets she leaves on her Locked to be the result of some sort of traumatic backstory or whatever that left her super duper jaded about love and stuff. Clearly, Mami is intended to be a complicated, tragic figure, but since this manga doesn't really do complicated, she mostly just comes off as a manipulative monster who badmouths the hero in one breath, blows the next one directly onto the nape of his neck, and who generally takes every opportunity she can find to destroy his happiness wherever possible.
It's almost like the anime. Wait for it. Misrepresents Mommy's character.
Seemingly out of pure spite.
That and he doesn't fully get her, but anyways, that both can coexist.
Unsurprisingly, the show's audience despises her for that. But much like S.H.I.E.L.D. Hero's princess bitch whore, that is ultimately proof that she's really doing her job as a heel. And again, like Multi, I'd argue that she is a much better character than many of the show's fans realize. But this time, I'm not just saying that because she's a good heel. Frankly, that's inconsequential given how totally unlikable all the faces in this anime are. No, Mami is the best character in this show, in part because she's the only remotely original character in the entire show, but mostly because she's completely in the right. All of her villain behavior only...
That's how you know you don't get it, because okay, so the way Mommy is written, just to clarify, the way Mommy is written is specifically a character looking at this from the outside and not getting the full information. That is the point of a lot of Mommy's conflicts. She gets half information and fills in the gaps with her own biases and trauma. And that's why she does a lot of what she does, right? Mommy does not have the full picture and constantly acts on that, okay? So it is fucking hilarious that the guy who is working with half information, barely understanding the story, believes Mommy is the best character, not because of the actually good writing that is there for mommy, but because he believes she is in the right. That is fucking hilarious. That is genuinely some of the funniest shit. Okay, we reached the 10 p.m. mark. I'm gonna stop. I got shit to do. I gotta finish some stuff, man. I hope you guys had fun. I think this is a good point to stop. I gotta do the dishes. I've been meaning to do the dishes like all day, and I never got to it. Jesus Christ. Anywho, that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. I know we didn't finish the video. Um, I'm sorry we didn't finish the video, but I need to finish some things today, and it's getting quite late. So I'm going to stop. If I could stream longer, I would, but we're not going to. I think you guys pretty much understood my point. If you'd like, we can finish this at another time. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow or something. But that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please subscribe, like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all that fun stuff. If you're new here, that is. And if you are not, well, thanks for tuning in. And finally, we're gonna see what I can do for Patreon and stuff along those lines. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you later. Sorry we couldn't finish the video. Again, it's getting a little late, and I took a little too long washing through this and being quite frustrated. Anywho, take care. See you guys later, and have a good night.